Yep. Yeah. Call the meeting to order at 4:05 p.m. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
This is the January 4th, 2017 meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. On the call, the roll. Member Barnetsky absent. Member Eldon.
Present.
Eldon present. Member Josh Wolf.
Present.
Wolf present. Copra absent. Member Tesfa, I have been informed that...
Excused.
Excused. Tesfa excused. Member Moss.
Present.
Moss present. Member Kanata.
Here.
Kanata present. Member Fisher.
Present.
Fisher present. Member Hensey.
Present.
Hensey present. Vice Chair Hyland.
Here.
Hyland present. Chair Wolf.
Present.
Wolf present. In regards to agenda changes, I do have a request from Sophia Dianda regarding item number 10, stating that she would like to cancel her. It's an unclear email. I am forced to cancel SOTF because of certain issues.
Okay, well, we're going to continue to hear that item, and we'll hear from whoever was in the complaint committee meeting. I think it was only Member Hensey, briefly about what is the situation is when we come to that item. And we can then determine whether we want to either continue it or adjudicate it at the time.
Mm-hmm. I have no other agenda changes at this time.
I have one addition, just in the chair's report, communications with the Ethics Commission. Actually, Ethics Department versus the Commission.
Thank you.
Any other changes to the agenda? Everybody okay with the agenda? Okay, very good. All right. Public. Let's hear a motion for the agenda, and we'll get public comment before the vote.
Motion to move
Just
forward.
that I made an addition.
Motion to move forward with the agenda as
Moved by Hensey, second by Fisher. A public comment on the agenda. Seeing no public comment. All those in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. All right, please call next item.
Item number 2, approval of minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, December 7, 2016 meeting.
Okay. Any changes, adjustments, amendments to the minutes? Okay, is there a motion?
Move to approve the minutes.
second.
Moved by Kanata, second by Hensey. Public comment on the minutes.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Government. I want to congratulate you for the first time in years. You're up to date with your minutes, and when they come before you in the thing, they're on a timely basis. Everybody who was here when the minutes were done is usually here, and I think that has been a 110% improvement, although that's not really possible. 110% improvement over what it has, and I'd like to congratulate you on that progress.
Any other public comment?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. The minutes seem to be a little bit fuller with respect to public comment, and I appreciate seeing that on item 2, your page P3, approval of the minutes. It says Peter Warfield, Library Users Association suggested corrections to the November 2 minutes and requested that additional information be added to the minutes for clarity. I think it would be more useful for everybody if there would be some specificity to what the corrections were requested and what additional information might have been requested to be added. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, members, anything else? Okay, we take this by acclamation. No objection. Motion passes. Next item, please.
Item number 3, file number 16077, complaint filed by the Library Users Association against City Librarian Luis Herrera and the Public Library for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.21, 67.25, 67.26, and 67.27 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a complete matter, keeping withholding of records to a minimum, and failing to provide justification for withholdings.
Okay. Are the both parties here? Yes, I see them in the room. Okay. Complainant? Huh? Oh, jurisdiction. Let's have a motion for jurisdiction.
So moved.
Moved by Highland.
Second.
Second by Hensy. Any discussion on jurisdiction? Public comment? Jurisdiction? Seeing none. We take this by acclamation. Any objections? Seeing no objections. Motion passes. Complainant? Complainant?
I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. And sorry, I'm a bit under the weather, so I'm perhaps a little less prepared. So I hope you'll bear with me and ask certainly any questions that you might have. I'm sorry that the agenda packet has a gigantic jumble of material that I think makes it hard for the reader to follow what's going on. But basically, we've got the first, at the beginning at least, we have a complaint. That's an improvement. And then we have, what I basically did was responded to the library's response letter in a first addendum, and then on a second addendum dated November 30th, which I attached as part of the complaint document.
Oh.
Pardon? No, go ahead.
We responded to what the complaint committee requested by expanding on some of the things that we said and providing some documentation. So the basic issue is the gigantic annual American Library Association convention was meeting for the first time in, I believe, 14 years in San Francisco in June of 2015. And so 3 weeks, they have 25,000 people. They take over all of Moscone Center and auxiliary buildings and so on. So as I say on page 12, 3 weeks prior to the annual conference, we requested information via an immediate disclosure request to the city librarian, Luis Herrera, who I'm pleasantly surprised is here. We requested information about San Francisco Public Library's participation in presenting programs and talks at the conference. Basically, we received an incomplete response. We got response with respect to what the library was presenting. We got 2 descriptions of programs that the library was presenting. But we didn't, importantly, get information about other library presentations. And those presentations were very significant. They involved the city librarian himself. They involved a stellar cast, if you like, of senior people. And an example of what we found subsequent, quite a while after our request, was a panel on your page 19, our page 8 of 8, Transforming Neighborhoods, One Library at a Time. Speakers Jewel Gomez, Luis Herrera, Charles Higueras, Mindy Lunetsky. This was why do I say an all-star cast? Jewel Gomez was for several years the Library Commission president. Luis Herrera, of course, city librarian. Charles Higueras was also a past president of the Library Commission, and Mindy Linetsky was a major participant in the implementation of the bond program totaling about $200 million to renovate branch libraries. And basically this was a presentation about what, as they describe it, the largest capital project in the library's history, and took 14 years, cost $200 million, and basically renovated or built new almost every branch in the city. So that's basically the issue, and I'm not sure that I need to say much more. The preparation of this would have involved coordination with people, coordination with the American Library Association, and a variety of course, individuals. What are we going to present? How are we going to present it? Who's going to present what? What are we going to talk about? And so on. And I didn't get any of that, and I didn't even get the final description of this and other programs that Luis Herrera himself was participating in. That's it, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public, any members or of the public or witnesses to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant? Seeing none, respondent, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Sue Blackman, custodian of records and commission secretary. We sent you a response. The response to the IDR that Mr. Warfield sent in June 2015, sorry. We sent him the documents, the only documents that I knew that we had, which was this one document listing some of the programs that were coming up. We directed him to the ALA website, which had the full listing of all of the programs that were going to come up. So as far as I knew, we sent him all the documents that we had.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the task force. I'm Luis Herrera, city librarian, and I'm here just basically to offer testimony and say that we're very proud to be participants in the ALA conference program. As a matter of fact, there were several other members that participated, and Mr. Lambert had sent through the custodian of records information about 2 pre-conferences. And also the link to the ALA website, which has all the various programs that are listed at the conference. And as Mr. Warfield mentioned, I do acknowledge the fact that it may not have been a complete response, but nonetheless, we did provide information that provided that. And I would have welcomed any further dialogue about whether or not there was any other correspondence or planning efforts underway for this program that I took part in. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Very good, thank you. Are any members of the public or witness to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, seeing none. Members? Anything from the complaint committee? Any members of the complaint committee want to chime in?
So at the complaint committee, we asked or were curious if these records were in the possession of the library, because we were wondering if the conference coordinators or someone who had more direct influence on the preparation of the conference itself might have been the better route to go. So it's just something that we threw out there.
Okay. Thank you. Either Ms. Blackman or Mr. Herrera. So this is an IDR. So was there, beyond what you had originally sent Mr. Warfield, was there anything, information that came up after that? Because IDRs generally are, because they're supposed to be turned around so quickly, that additional information comes later on, provide stuff on a rolling basis kind of thing?
Right. I was invited as a panelist, so most of my correspondence was telephone conversations from the architect that actually planned the session. I'm pretty certain there may have been some additional correspondence.
Did Mr.
Email.
Warfield receive that?
No.
Okay.
No, he did not.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Warfield? So I'm just wondering, what other information were you expecting that you're filing this complaint today?
Well, I included in my addendum to the complaint a specific catalog page describing the city librarian himself as a participant in a 4-member panel, basically discussing the 15-year, 14-year project of renovating or rebuilding almost all of the library's branches under a bond program, and then a supplemental bond-like program, $106 million initially in 2000 as Prop A, and then also an additional bond in a bond-like program. It was called a revenue bond in 2007. So this was a very, very ambitious program, a very well-funded program, thanks to the citizens of San Francisco who voted it. And there was coordination with all these other folks and with the American Library Association and publishing this catalog, which I believe altogether had something like 350 pages. And it was.
So I'm not following you. What information do you feel was lacking there?
On the top level, a listing of the program that was planned as they showed it to me for 2 other programs, what Luis Herrera referred to as pre-conference. So if you look at the attachment 3 on our page 4 of 5, your page 29, you see there Michael Lambert, the deputy city librarian, sending with a CC to Sue Blackman and Luis Herrera, responding to our information request. He says, the ones I know of are as follows. And then he's got a whole long listing describing relationship building and community engagement. And then another one describing communities in need, innovations in service and design for connecting users with social services. So at the very least, I would have expected to see the other programs that the library was officially participating in and, in fact, leading. And I didn't get a single word about any of that. On a secondary level, I certainly could have gotten stuff, for example, that I got a year later, correspondence between people to coordinate, and correspondence, who is participating and what roles are they going to take? Are they going to have a meeting beforehand? Things that involve coordination of programs like that. But the top level thing would have been the description that the library would have prepared and the date and time of the program. And you can see on page 19 an example of a program that we never heard of from the library.
All right, before I want to take this one item at a time. So let's start with the page, our page 29. So there, I see 2 documents or 2 activities here you're referencing, right? Relationship building and community engagement.
Yes.
And the second one is communities in need, innovations in service and design for connecting users to social services.
Right. And I am referencing them because this is an exact copy of a memo that I received in response to our information request.
Right. So I'm asking, did you receive any documents regarding these? Weren't you saying that you didn't receive documentation regarding these two that were?
Well, I didn't receive any of the detailed information.
What detailed information do you think was?
Organizing, working with the other folks, dealing with the American Library Association over whether they've invited or whether our library suggested it, and so on. There's quite a.
I'm just talking about what's on this particular page. You directed us to go to this page, so my question is, are you saying that you didn't receive these information on these two items?
I didn't direct you to go to this page.
Yes, you did. You said, please go to page 29.
You mean just now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's an example of what I would have been satisfied with.
Oh, okay.
Had I gotten the same information for other programs that the library never told me about.
Well, with regards to this particular request about the conference,
Yeah.
okay, that's what items were you not provided? That's what
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out here.
An example of an item that we were not provided. So what I'm saying is I would have felt some satisfaction and maybe complete satisfaction had I gotten for all of the library's participation what I got in this partial response. So in the addendum, I gave a specific example of what we did not get, and that's on your page 19.
Right.
This came from the 2015 conference catalog. I've referenced the page. And this was basically a wrap-up of a 14-year, $200 million branch renovation program, which Luis Herrera was participating in with two former Library Commission presidents and somebody who was important for many years in the operation of the program. So this came from the catalog. This is our research. This is an example of a description of an event put on, presumably coordinated by Luis Herrera, which we never heard from the library about at all.
Okay. So I'm a little confused because I'm looking at your original request.
Yeah.
Okay? It says
Which
library.
page is that on?
Page 13, dated June 4th, 2015.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Library Users Association would like to inspect at your office, receive by email, information about the library's participation with respect to this conference. I'm just going to, there are three items. One, staffers who are presenting or participating in presenting a program, talk, and the like. So it's just a list of people who are attending or presenting, participating. Two, library provided events specifically for the conference, for conference goers. So just a list of the events that are and activities that are happening during the conference. And three, library facilities to be used. So I'm not quite sure what this additional information you're asking for is. How's that part of this complaint with regards to your request?
Items, as you say them, 2 and 3, we're not complaining about. We got information about events at the library, and we got information about library facilities. But when we're asking for staffers who are presenting or participating in, and Part 2, library-provided events for specifically ALA conference goers, both of those are what I think apply to this program that we've shown on page 19, which we never heard of from the library. What we were okay with was the partial response was okay as far as it went. It showed who was participating and what the session was about.
I'm just not following what you're notating on page 19, which seems to be what was in the program or in the conference catalog, how that applies to what you were requesting. It doesn't speak to your original request.
Well, it's a program being presented by library staff people, and it's a library-provided event as well.
Right, so
what
but
they
you
gave-
didn't ask for information that, like presentation materials. You asked for, looks like a list of staffers who are presenting or participating in presenting a program or talk and the like. That's what that's what it
If you
says.
want to read it that narrowly, even more narrowly than the library did, then there might be an argument. The library itself responded with the program details, which I believe look like what was in the ALA conference catalog, when it replied with this memo on page 29. For these items, this was an answer that was fine, but we did not get a comparable answer with regard to anything else.
But it looks like on page, was it 19 of your addendum, that is just a listing, which is the same format as what was provided on page 29.
It is, but we didn't get it from the library.
Where was that? Where was that? Was it in the catalog that they
Yes,
sent you?
that's what I said on the top of the page. The ALA conference catalog, page 121, showing Luis Herrera as participant in a 4-member panel discussing and so on and so forth. We got this out of the catalog after the conference.
Oh, but didn't they provide you the catalog before the conference?
No, the library didn't provide me with the catalog at all.
Oh, okay. Vice Chair Hyland.
And because the library was doing the presenting, and this was about the library's monster bond program, the library would have been directing and controlling and setting all what was involved and so on and so forth here.
Mr. Warfield, I'm just going to follow up on that. Did the ALA provide what we see on page 19 in their catalog prior to the conference? That what we're seeing here.
I believe that this was published in their conference catalog, which the paper version of which was only published when the conference came to San Francisco. They were not willing to send out paper copies prior to the conference.
Okay. So you've since now received this piece, but I guess your bone that you're picking here is that you feel they had this information and they didn't give it to you prior to the
I'm
conference.
not picking a bone. I'm citing a violation of what I consider a violation of the law and a withholding of very important information. This was information they certainly had to have prior to the publication of the catalog, and they would have been the ones to create and prepare it.
Okay, let me ask another question.
And have a lot of auxiliary.
Next question is this. When did
auxiliary.
this-
Let me finish. Auxiliary
I've got my
documents
answer.
as well.
I've got my answer. So when did this come out in the ALA catalog? Would a person of reasonable intelligence receive this early enough to be able to see it, digest it, and prepare themselves for that conference?
The printed catalog was not available until the conference came to San Francisco.
So the week of the conference or on the day of?
I don't run ALA, and I don't keep tabs on when they publish and when they make it available. I did attempt to get a catalog prior to the conference, and they said they didn't have a printed version.
When was the conference?
June, a year and a half ago.
No, but when in June?
You mean what days?
Yeah, because your request was June 4th. So was it
It was
after June 4th?
approximately June 25th. I
June-
have pages from the catalog that I can look at if you really care about it, but it was about 3 weeks from the time of my request.
Okay, and between the time of your request and the commencement of the conference, did you receive any information?
No, I didn't receive any information.
So you didn't
The information
receive-
that I'm showing
you-
here
You
is...
didn't receive a listing of the staffers, you didn't receive a listing of the events, you didn't receive a listing of the facilities?
Well, I received information about what was happening within the library and that we didn't complain about.
Did you receive a listing of events?
Only what you see on page.
But you received a listing of events. Whether
An incomplete
whether it was
listing.
complete or not, you received something.
I received what's on page 29.
Okay. On page 29. 29 is just a listing of two entries in the catalog.
Exactly.
Yeah, but what events? You say did you receive a listing of events? You specifically asked for that. And is that part of your complaint today?
My complaint is that they did not provide information about programs that the library staff were presenting in a program or a talk or the like as requested in the
Through the chair.
the IDR.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
So, Mr. Warfield, basically the nature of this complaint is to find a violation. It's not to recover or get any information which you're still waiting for. Is that correct?
Actually, I'm not sure whether there were other things that the library did not tell me about. They have never even acknowledged.
Well, we're
the
going
item.
to keep it just to the nature of your original IDR. But
What I'm saying is,
but you
that I
received everything
know-
in the original IDR. Sorry to interrupt. So what you're now trying to
No, I
establish
did
is
not receive everything in the IDR. I still haven't
have
received from the library what they were participating in at the conference, other than the two items that they gave on the page that I provided.
right, but that's not public information because this
Of course,
isn't.
it's public information.
Yeah, it's past. This is like 19 months ago. So everything in your IDR is you've essentially received. So what you're trying to do
How
here
many
is
times do I
establish.
have to say it?
Say it one more time.
I have received from the library, even to this day, only what you see in the complaint. And that is, with respect to the conference programs, just what you see on page.
What are you still missing? Let me rephrase the question.
I have given one example, but I don't know what else there is. This year, when I requested what the library staffers are participating in, it was quite interesting. I got extensive information, including we're polling somebody who's traveling, and there were actually San Francisco Public Library employees who were participating in conferences or working on conferences that groups were working on, so that, if there was a services to poor people, there were library staffers who were helping to put together that kind of a program, even though they were not even listed. So I don't know the full extent, and the library has avoided answering even when the complaint went out. And even in the material you see, the library has still not provided a full answer. All I know is that I know that there's at least this one item, and I believe there's another one that's also that I was able to find, which they never told me about.
So I'm for some reason I'm not able to make a connection here. You're saying that you were. I'm trying to get at exactly what you were asking for in your request, because that's what your complaint is about, is what you didn't get in your request. Okay? So if you're saying that this item on page 19, you weren't provided that prior to the conference, okay? Was it provided to you at all afterward? Did they direct you to a catalog? Did they provide you with a catalog that had this listing in there at all? I mean, this is an IDR, so if it came at a late moment, if it was at the time of the printing of the catalog, it came, after it, or it became, as an addendum to the catalog at the time the conference started or something, then it would have been provided, or could have been provided on a rolling basis, which would have been appropriate for an IDR. So I'm not quite getting what you didn't get. Because what you're asked for in your request is just a listing of the people who are participating, not for any details around that, just a listing.
Library Users Association would like to inspect at your office and receive via email information about San Francisco Public Libraries participation with respect to the ALA annual conference later this month. And the dates of the conference
limited to the following.
And the dates of the conference was in the June 20th, something like that.
But it said, I'm just going by what you have on page 13.
Right. So there is no listing of staffers who are presenting or participating in presenting a program, talk, and the like, other than what was provided in the...
And later provided in the catalog.
Yeah, so
the only part
29.
that you didn't receive was that one item that is that you're noting in your addendum on page 19, correct?
that's one of the things that I found on my own after the conference had taken place.
Okay.
I found that on my own. There are others as well, some of which I may not know about, and one of which I do. There was another program that Luis Herrera himself participated in, but that was not mentioned in the response they gave.
But on June 5th, the library responded to you saying that at the conference website was a list of the conference of the programs and the presenters. So was that not satisfactory?
Right. No, it's
Why
not satisfactory to tell me to go fish.
Why? That's not go fish. They presented you with the entire list of the entire program.
The conference had...
Sorry, I don't agree with
Okay,
you. That's
look,
it's a listing of exactly who's going to be attending, participating, and speaking, and the subject matter for each one.
If you can find it. If you can find it.
If you could find what? They gave you the URL. It's a conference catalog. So, I mean, you go fish, what do you mean, go fish?
When I ask for library information that the library has, I think that the library has an obligation to provide me the information they have, even if it's printed in a catalog out of Chicago, or is going to be printed in a catalog, or was printed in a catalog. The catalog was something like 350 pages and not particularly easy to navigate.
Okay.
My computer time is limited since I don't own a computer, and I was working on other things as well. It would have been very simple to give me information that they had in-house and say, here's the programs that we've got, just as they did for these two that they did provide. You get Michael Lambert saying, these are the ones I know of, as though he's just going off the top of his head. Well, that's great.
Okay, well,
but did he do any kind of a diligent
that's
research?
A little more clarity than we have been getting thus far. Either Mr. Herrera or Ms. Blackman, I have a question for you. Either one of you. Thank you, Mr. Warfield. With regards to Mr. Lambert's response to you with regards to the listings, it's on page 29, I think it was. Did you have like a whole list written up this way of all the participants? How were you going to send this stuff to the conference organizers?
Well, these were pre-conferences that the library was involved in putting on. The one that Mr. Warfield's referring to was not a library presentation. The city librarian was a presenter on a panel, part of that presentation. We did not have that language. We did not write that language. The people who put on the program did, and that's why we sent him the link to the website, which had everything listed.
Okay, so what on page 19, where it's talking about transforming neighborhoods one library at a time, all that, you didn't write that? You didn't provide them with that information?
No, we did not write that.
Okay, and was that part of the regular conference catalog?
Yes.
Okay, and the items that are on page 29, that's something different than what is on in the catalog?
Those two pre-conferences are also in the catalog,
Okay,
but the full description is done considerably ahead of time because they're actually done or presented before the conference actually starts.
right, okay. So was there any other presentations by the library?
Yes, there was another presentation that was on the link that I participated in.
Okay, but it just those, so it was the two pre-conferences
For
and then
me.
the one that you presented on?
That's correct.
And that was it?
No, I presented on two.
You presented on two?
Two.
So there's one additional one?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And
Mr.
then, well, I don't know.
Mr. Warfield? Okay, so what is it that I'm not, so it sounds like you're missing one item.
If that's what he says and it's correct, then I'm missing one item and the one that I have provided. I never got this page 19 item from the library.
But they didn't create it.
Then whatever they sent, they had a whole range, as you heard. They prepare in advance. Whatever they had, they could have sent a lot more detail on what they were doing with respect to the program.
So I'm confused. If Mr. Herrera was asked to speak on a panel, and he was asked to speak on a particular subject, and that's all he was asked to do, what additional information would there be?
I would like to have gotten that from the library.
Okay, and you're saying that you
I'm
didn't get
asking
that.
Luis Herrera in my immediate disclosure request, what's the library doing at the convention? And he's not including one major and probably the other one as well, since he's a high-level person at a national conference. He's omitting key information that he has about the library's participation.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Well,
Yeah,
I have a
Mr.
question
Canano.
for Mr. Herrera.
Yeah.
On page 19, on the two items that you were a speaker on, when this request came in on the 4th of June, when the request came in on the 4th of June, you knew you were going to be a speaker for these two programs, presentations?
On the ones that are listed here?
No, on the ones that were not sent to the Library Association, the one on transforming physical and virtual space.
Yes, I did know.
So why could not that have been included just with the fact that you were speaking on these items? Just like that.
Right. Because they were on the link that we had provided.
Right.
And
But
so I acknowledge that
okay.
it was not perhaps complete. I
Okay.
do acknowledge that.
And just to be clear, the two items that were sent were also on the link.
The pre-conferences? Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, I've got a question.
Member Moss?
So I'm just trying to jump around this ALA site to see if I could figure out who was there. And I think I found two more, and I had to do this through Googling the site. I couldn't find them within the site. So was there one on the history and involving acceptance of collecting LGBT materials in libraries featuring Karen Sondheim?
I would imagine that there was, yes.
Okay.
But we didn't have that information. It's on the link.
Right. Well, that one I found through Google. I couldn't find that through the link.
Okay.
And then another one I did find through the link after but actually I had to do through Googling as well. There was another one, the fusion of play and all 5 early literacy practices into library environments featuring Christy Estrovitz. Is
Right.
that another one? Okay. So that's 2 more.
Okay.
But let me clarify. May I clarify?
Yeah, please.
When the requests come in, we're not aware of those programs because it's our staff that's involved on their own accord through separate invitations. So that's why we refer them to the link, because the link has the comprehensive programs. And so, I mean,
So when somebody wants to speak at this conference, they don't need to, there's no request for papers and then somebody sends a proposal and this is, what we intend to have on our panel and here are the panelists who are on here.
Yes.
And then people send their bios and in the case of, say, Karen Sundheim sending in her photo for the handout that they're going to do with that. I mean, that is all stuff, communications that would go through the public library?
It varies from program to program and who's sponsoring it, who's asking for that information. In some cases, some of the panelists come in very late in the process of planning, but you're absolutely right. There is ongoing dialogue with a program planner.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Anything else? Should we go for rebuttals? Okay. Respondent, 3 minutes for rebuttal. No rebuttal? Okay. Mr. Warfield?
Library Users Association asked a very basic question about the library's participation. You've just heard, it's hard to believe that at a major national conference, the head librarian would have no knowledge whatsoever of other participating staff members or programs. And thank you. There's an example of things that I did not know about. As I say, this year when I inquired in the same fashion, the library sent a bunch of stuff, including details regarding who's coordinating with whom and how are we going to set it up and are we going to have a pre-meeting and before the conference or before, there's a lot of details that are required. And even if it were believable that Mr. Herrera didn't know about these other programs, and it's very interesting that Mr. Moss, Member Moss, found these only through Google and not through the catalog, which is online. That's the problem. It's a very, very, very extensive catalog. And as I said, it was not very clear or easy to navigate, and apparently it wasn't even for him, and maybe not available at all. In any case, the examples that I've been talking about are things, as Member Kanata said, Mr. Herrera would have a strange mind if he did not know what he himself was participating in when these things are big meetings. These are require preparation and they require coordination. As I said, if you look on page 19, Jewel Gomez and Charles Higueras, former library commissioners, Mindy Linetsky, formerly with the library and also with the Public Works, an integral part of the bond measure over many years. All he had to do was say, these are two other programs that I'm participating in. Whether it was up to date or not, he could have given the draft description. He could have given what was in the catalog or what he thought was in the catalog. He could have given a whole range of other things, including stuff involving coordination with other folks as part of the answer to the fairly straightforward question. There was no listing provided. And their basic excuse is, go fish, go look in a very complex 350-page, the printed catalog was 2 volumes. And so I think the most basic effort was not made to satisfy the request. You even see Michael Lambert on page 19 introducing his 2 items. The ones I know of are as follows. And so I think they were very incomplete in their response, and they should be found in violation. Thank you. And I'd be glad to answer any other questions.
Thanks. Any members? Vice Chair Hyland.
I just wanted to say I do believe I heard Mr. Warfield say that he's made similar inquiries this year, and the response has been more forthcoming from the library. So at least they seem to be able to provide more information this time around, which, at the task force, we always like to hear stories like that. I'm still at a loss as to why, after a year and a half, this is such an issue for him. Anyway, that's my position.
Yeah, I mean,
Member Kavanaugh?
I just think that the fact that the library had the information that Mr. Herrera was on 2 additional programs should have been disclosed. I mean, they knew about it. It was part and parcel to what was going on. And even though they didn't write the program or the description of the program, just stating the fact that Mr. Herrera's going to be on a panel for this issue.
Okay. Right, so for me, I asked myself some questions on this. Should the respondent refer the complainant to others who may have had the information? Did the conference catalog provide enough information? I think the conference catalog did, but should have the respondent have highlighted it, lacking the respondent providing the exact items requested regarding library staffers who are participating, and referring the complainant to the catalog, which was voluminous, what it sounds like, should have the respondent have highlighted the exact items in the catalog to the complainant at that point, so that it could be easily found, considering it was a printed item. So depending upon where, if they didn't have the information on hand, like what they were sending to the organizers prior to the printing of the catalog, but they wanted to use the catalog as the reference, then at least maybe highlight or offer page numbers as to where the information could be found.
Through the chair, sorry, I just noticed I'm actually on that ALA 2015 site, and it has, shows a picture of the program. It also has a conference scheduler where you can go in, and I just plugged in Luis Herrera, and I got 3 hits on the series that he spoke on. Simple search.
Yeah, but the point is that he received a printed copy of the catalog.
Yeah, and I don't know. I can't say when this was made available, but
Okay.
it looks like this would have been available before the conference.
Okay, Member Wolf.
I find it troubling that the complainant was provided an incomplete record of what library staff were participating in this conference, which would be understandable, except that the complete record was derived from the same source as the incomplete record. So if they had just sent the catalog and said, all of our members are listed in here, that would be one thing, which still might be problematic. But because they found 2 of them out of apparently 5, it creates this weird hurdle that I think definitely doesn't serve the public's need. As for which part of the Sunshine Ordinance addresses issues like this, I'm not entirely sure what is the best approach, but that's sort of where I'm at right now.
Anybody else? Member Moss?
Yeah, I mean, I just sort of went and, I understand there is a scheduler, but I couldn't figure out a way to search it through affiliation, like to see everybody who is from the San Francisco Public Library, and I don't think that a requester should have to put in every employee of the public library through the system to find them individually. How I found these was by going through Google and putting San Francisco Public Library in quotes and then doing site : and then searching the entire site that way. And then I grabbed the one one of the ones I'd mentioned on the fusion of play, and I put it into the Internet Archive, and it was available as far back as May 10th, so several weeks before the IDR was put in. So
Okay.
it's my feeling that could have been and should have been provided to Mr. Warfield.
Okay. Any other discussion? Is there a motion?
That's the trickier part.
We'll make the motion, and then we can discuss whether it's correct or not, or whether it's complete enough. So this is an IDR, so it would be 6725. Member Wolf?
I'll go ahead and make a motion to find a violation of both 6725 and 6726.
I'll second that motion.
Moved by Member Josh Wolf, second by Member Moss. Discussion, any other discussion, amendments? No? Should we go for public comment? Public comment.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. Members Kanata, Wolf, Eldon, and Moss have gotten the point. Basically, Mr. Warfield writes articles for a local publication, and he was interested in knowing library issues. It's the Library Users Association, for heaven's sake. And he wanted to know what members of the library are participating in programs at the ALA conference, and what are they participating in. And he got two and didn't get the others. Now, if you're a journalist and you're looking to go to these things and you have to schedule your time and so forth, you need to know all of it. And I find it kind of ludicrous to say, to get up and say, well, gee, we knew we were in these two, but we didn't know we were in these two. Member Kanata has a good point. I mean, I'm the city librarian. I know what conferences I'm in, for heaven's sakes. And Member Moss had a good point. I'm the city librarian. I know what any member of my staff is going to be presenting at the conference. I mean, if not, I'm not a very good manager. I think the key goes back to Ms. Blackman's partial response at the very beginning, where she says, these were the answers as far as I knew. These were what I thought we had. Did she check with anybody? Did she send an email to management and say, what conferences are you in, Mr. Herrera? What conference, have you told me about all the conferences you're in? How about the the deputy city librarian? How about the library commission? Did they make any effort at all to actually go out and look for information, or did they just simply find the first two things they could find, give it to him, and say, well, good enough for government work? And that's what it looks like to me. And I think the motion is appropriate because they did not do a good job. And we've had this in the past where the deputy city librarian said, well, I made a search and I missed some stuff. And the bottom line was, well, you obviously didn't do a very good search. And there is a violation here, and it is not to the public's interest to tell a group that, okay, you had a major national conference in which you're presenting a major program that this city spent more than $200 million on, so that other libraries around the United States can know how we did it and what we did and what worked and what didn't work, or whatever was covered, and not tell somebody who inquires of the library about the program at all, let alone who was participating in it. And that's what they did.
Any other public comment? Seeing none? Final thoughts, folks? Okay, should we move to a vote? Call the roll, please.
On the motion to find a violation of 67.25 and 67.26, Baranensky absent. Member Eldon. Aye. Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra absent. Tesfa excused. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher. Aye. Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
No.
Hinsey, no. Vice Chair Hyland.
No.
Hyland, no. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Please call the next item.
We should probably move to public comment at this time.
Oh, it's 5 o'clock. Yes.
Sorry,
let's do
through
that.
the chair.
Yes.
And is this going to go anywhere after this?
No.
Item number 5, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction but not on today's agenda.
Hi, Happy New Year. I just want to, the street artist program. Okay, so I normally do public record searches on my name because when you have the history of sordid nonsense with the Arts Commission that I seem to have, you're always wondering, well, what new thing might possibly come up? And a couple weeks ago, I found a name that I don't recognize, accusing me of doing something that I didn't do at a date and time that was non-specific. So I went to the court to ask about it, not that they had any information on me. There was not even a proof of service on file. Then I found out that this person forged the proof of service. And the only thing that I can figure that it's about, not that I know or recognize the name of this person, is that next Wednesday, a street artist will be called in for a hearing. He is supposed to be making masks, and he has a long history of violations. And I believe this person works for the mask person. So that would be some weird retaliatory thing. And no, I don't know the mask person. I don't know this one. But it's another significant investment of my time in order to defend in court, file paperwork, that kind of thing. And it just is repetitive over and over again. There needs to be some kind of management or oversight within the Arts Commission because it's just too weird.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I want to just call your attention to something that has been bothering me for a number of years, and that's the fact that the Library Commission Secretary, Sue Blackman, comes here and purports to represent both the library and the Library Commission. And yet the only matter that relates to a sunshine complaint that has ever been discussed at the Library Commission was in 2012 when this task force determined that 150-word summaries should be in the body of the minutes. They put it on the agenda and voted unanimously not to put them in the minutes. And other than that, none of these matters has ever been discussed by the Library Commission. So how can Ms. Blackman come here and represent that she is say she's representing the Library Commission when the Library Commission has never discussed any of these complaints or their handling? And they were parties to the complaints. They were respondents to the complaints. Basically, what they did is they voted in 2012 to ignore the finding of the task force, which it is now repeated 10 times, and voted unanimously not to put the 150-word summaries in the minutes. They continued to do that for the remainder of the year, and then in January of 2013, they started to put them in the minutes, contrary to their own vote and their own the Library Commission's decision. So the Library Commission secretary comes here and says one thing, and you say, well, how can you say the Library Commission has taken this position when they never discussed it? And in my frame of reference, when she comes here and says that, she is not following policy, she is setting policy. She's saying, oh, the Library Commission has decided this, that, or the other thing, and the bottom line is, when did they do that? Or are they having secret discussions and secret meetings outside of the view of the public about these things, and you're coming here and telling us about what they've decided in secret? I think it's very questionable when you have someone who comes here and simply says, I represent a group, and then you go back and look at the public record and you can see at no point they have discussed, that group they're representing has ever discussed these issues. And none of, I've got 7 sunshine orders myself against the library and the Library Commission, and not one of them, except the 150-word summaries, have ever been discussed at Library Commission meetings. So who's setting the policy? Who's directing Ms. Blackman? Who's pulling her strings? Or is she simply acting as a free agent and being allowed to establish policy and take action in whatever way she feels is appropriate?
Any other public comment?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I'd certainly agree with the previous speaker And I think it points to a much larger issue that I have repeatedly spoken to the task force about. It bears on how you deal with complaints. I believe in court, what you allow and even encourage is hearsay evidence, which wouldn't even be admitted in court. When you allow knowledgeable persons to come, which turn out to be the Library Commission secretary or other people from other departments who have never had any direct contact with the activity or the action that happened, you're allowing basically public relations to get in the way of justice. Once in a while, the task force over the years has insisted, or at least requested, that the direct participants in an activity be present so that they can answer questions and so on. The next item, for example, involves who knew what when, and there's been questions about it. Well, we're here. Where is the person who was involved in taking the action that was complained about? I think that needs to be very seriously considered so that you can also get to the bottom of things. If somebody was instructed, just ignore any request for information. If somebody was given poor training, you'll never get to the bottom of what's going on and why it happened and what should be done to try and fix it if you allow basically second and third hand testimony about complaints. I'd also like to say that I won't be able to stay for the discussion of changes to the bylaws and procedures, but process-wise, I don't see here very clear markings or overall discussions about what the changes are, what the changes are intending to accomplish. I think that should be very carefully and for the public and yourselves helpfully documented. Change bars, strikeouts, summaries of changes, and purpose of changes. And also, I've said it before and I'll say it again, you need to, at the top of your list, incorporate the statutory requirement of 45-day resolution of complaints as stated in 67.21, subsection whatever it is. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Please call the next item.
Item number 4, file number 16086, complaint filed by Library Users Association against Commission Secretary Sue Blackman, City Librarian Luis Herrera, Commission President Mary Wardell Guzadeuzu, excuse me, and the Library Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.7, 67.15 by failing to post an agenda containing a meaningful description on each item of business to be transacted or discussed at the meeting, and failure to provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address a policy body on items of interest to the public that are within the body's jurisdiction. Would you like me to provide a summary on the item that occurred in the committee?
Yes, please.
Regarding, I believe that the Library Commission, at one of their meetings, adjourned in honor of one of their staff members, and this item was not listed on the agenda as an action item, and they did not allow public comment on that adjournment in honor of this specific staff member. I believe the complainant believes it should have been listed on the agenda as the Library Commission knew in advance that they would be adjourning in honor of this person, and should have been given the opportunity for public comment on this issue.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's find jurisdiction.
Through the chair,
Yep.
isn't the complaint committee finding jurisdiction? for us? Isn't that
They
part
make
of
a
what
recommendation to find jurisdiction, but the full task force still
needs
must
to.
officially find jurisdiction.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Hyland, seconded by Hensy. Any discussion? Public comment? Seeing no public comment, we take this by acclamation. Any objections? Seeing no objections, motion passes. Okay. Complainant? 5 minutes?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. Thank you for the previous vote and discussion. This one is a little bit of a confusion in the way that it's provided to you. Basically, I think that Mr. Young has basically gotten it right, but it's a little more complicated than what he said. First of all, our primary, Sue Blackman was last on our list, not first on our list. That's an agenda issue. Basically, we came to a Library Commission meeting. The adjournment item was called. I made public comment. Another member of the public made public comment. And then without any warning and without any alert or announcement of a change in the agenda, the president of the Library Commission, Mary Wardell Giraduzzi, said she wanted to adjourn in honor of a longtime library employee, Tony Bernardi. And boom, the 4 members present voted to do that. And there was no opportunity for public comment. Now, we've cited several sections. And let's start out overall, why is this important? The basic concept of sunshine is that you don't bring up stuff without proper notice and then take action on it, even if it's what you would consider a small thing. I don't want to get into why this is significant or what the implications are, but the fact is they took an action. They didn't provide any advance notice. They didn't announce a change in the agenda when they knew it was going to happen, if in fact you think they knew before the agenda item and the comments came up. And then they took an action that was quite different from what was listed on the agenda. Part of the difficulty here will be parsing out who knew what when. So, the library bylaws provide that the commission agendas, and this is on page 1 of 4 of our complaint, your page 42, the library commission agendas are prepared according to library bylaws, Article 8, quote, through the joint effort of the president of the Library Commission, Mary Wardell Giraduzzi, the city librarian, Luis Herrera, as you know, and the commission secretary. So Luis Herrera had sent to all staff, and surely knew before then, that Tony Bernardi was retiring. So to the degree that Luis Herrera knew that there was an important retirement happening, he certainly knew. Presumably, the Library Commission secretary knew, although, well, she forwarded some of those memos to other people, including a memo inviting the library commissioners to a retirement party for Tony Bernardi. These were 2 memos that I've provided as augmentations that show before the publication of the Library Commission agenda, Tony Bernardi's retirement was a big deal, and it was publicized to all of the staff by Luis Herrera himself and to the Library Commission through an invitation forwarded by Sue Blackman. Now, the Sunshine Ordinance doesn't require mind reading, but the fact is the library's defense is that 67.7 allows them to take action on a purely commendatory item. Well, as far as it goes, that may be true, but certain requirements to waive the basic concept of proper notice are necessary. And the requirements are that there be a supermajority voting to make certain determinations. And that vote never happened. So they violated the law by not taking that vote. So there are multiple levels, I think, of culpability. I'll leave it to you to parse it out. But the basic concept is they didn't have it on the agenda, and then they took an action which they didn't exempt from the requirements through a proper vote as required by law. And I'd be very happy to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any persons or witnesses to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant? Seeing none, respondent, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Sue Blackman again. The agenda, okay, we did not have adjourning in honor of, or in honor of Tony Bernardi, because we did not know that we were going to adjourn in her honor. I will say that under the city librarian's report, the city librarian did make a statement about her retiring, and we did recognize her under that. There was public comment at that time, which Mr. Warfield had an opportunity to speak regarding Tony Bernardi if he would have liked to. As a matter of courtesy, the Library Commission does take public comment on adjournment. I know most other commissions do not, but we have, and one of the reasons that we have is that there are times when members of the public, Mr. Warfield included, have brought up that we should adjourn in honor of so-and-so. The commission agrees, and then we adjourn in honor of that person, agrees or disagrees. We do not take additional public comment on whether to adjourn in that person's honor. So in this case, we had adjournment, we had public comment, and then the president decided she just wanted to say, we would like this to be in honor of Tony Bernardi, who's worked for the city for so many years. And that was that. We didn't take additional public comment on the public comment we already took on adjournment. I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Any witnesses or persons on behalf of the respondent provide facts or evidence? Seeing none. Members? Vice Chair Hyland.
Ms. Blackman, if you just approach. That was interesting what you said. So you have a tradition at your meetings to announce adjournment, allow public comment on that. Seeing none, then your president suggested adjourning in honor of this particular person. It was taken without objection, and we can discuss later whether that was a vote or not. And then it was closed.
Correct.
Okay,
but
thank
there
you.
actually was public comment on adjournment prior to the president saying we would like to.
Right. So adjournment was announced, public comment was taken, the president announced in honor of Ms. Bernardi, and then it was closed. That was the.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Blackman. So I just want to make sure what I heard was correct. So adjournment was announced, and then there was public comment on adjournment, and then the commendation was made after?
Correct. And none of us knew that she was going to do that. I think it was just something she did spontaneously.
Is the chair here?
No, she's
Okay.
not here. We do have one of the commissioners here, however.
Okay. Was there any action to be taken on the commendation?
No, it was just adjourning in her honor.
Just so in name alone?
Exactly.
Okay. And so, okay, thank you. Anybody? Member Canada?
It doesn't, as far as I can tell, after the adjournment and a public comment, when the commendation was made, it was voted on. Correct? Ms. Blackman, is that correct? There was a vote of the commissioners?
There was a vote to adjourn in honor of this person, so it was the adjournment.
So that was
vote.
an action?
Yes.
though, because there was a vote?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, rebuttals, ready? Okay.
Yeah.
Respondent, you have 3 minutes for rebuttal. Ms. Blackman or Mr. Herrera? No? Okay. Mr. Warfield, 3 minutes for rebuttal.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association. If she were here, you could ask the president of the Library Commission with the difficult-to-pronounce name what she was thinking. Presumably, when the three of them made up the agenda, they knew at that time that Tony Bernardi was retiring. I've provided memos from the city librarian prior to the publication of the agenda. But even if she decided at the last moment, and even if she had decided after public comment was made, number one, she could have asked for public comment on the changed motion, and she certainly should have. That would at least have mitigated the lack of notice. The library's argument is that they can come up with an excuse that doesn't require anything other than labeling it as commendatory. And in fact, if you read the law, which I've provided in my response to the complaint committee, for the benefit of the complaint committee, there is a requirement of a supermajority. A supermajority has to agree that it is commendatory, and a supermajority also has to determine that this matter can't possibly wait. I'm looking for where our responses to the argument, where in your packet you've got the responses to the argument. The library didn't do that. And I think it's very important for the Library Commission and the Library Administration to understand that Sunshine is serious about the agenda notice requirements and the opportunity for public comment on every agenda item. So if you assume that only the chair is culpable because only the chair decided at the last instant, then the first question would be, when did she know she was going to adjourn in honor of? I can play you the tape of the adjournment. She says, "Oh, I noticed that Tony Bernardi has left the room." To me, that suggests she was aware of her intention and that she was monitoring Tony Bernardi's presence. Again, even if you assume the farthest point of their argument, which is nobody knew nothing from know-how, only the chair decided to do this at the last minute, they need to follow the law. And the law is clear. 67.7E for Edward says, does anybody know where I've quoted this in my responses? I don't see it immediately in the packet. I'm sorry.
Page 47, I believe.
Thank you. So section 67 sub E, 67.7E is referenced by the library. But if you look at E, it requires two things. First, the exception is allowed only if, number one, upon a good faith, reasonable determination by a 2/3 vote of the body, or if less than 2/3 of the members are present, a unanimous vote of those members present. And that vote has to determine, A, the need to take immediate action on the item, and that it relates to a purely commendatory action. And then they also have to determine that this is a very urgent matter that cannot be taken up later. Part B that we have on page 48, the need for such action came to the attention of the body subsequent to the agenda being posted as specified in subdivision A. Well, I've provided to you the party invitation and the long description of Tony Bernardi's good works and good deeds in the packet, which came to the commission and to all the staff of the library prior to the publication of the agenda. Again, who knows what's in the mind of the chair? Maybe she knew it, maybe everybody knew it, but they didn't follow the law requiring a vote to allow the requirements of posting to be ignored. And so, at a minimum, I believe that the chair and the commissioners present who voted unanimously without discussion to take this action, those folks have violated the law requiring proper notice for any action. Again, I think it would be useful if you spoke to the folks involved, such as Sue Blackman and the city librarian who are here, and the person whose mind we don't know, and she's not here. But none of that, no matter what they say, as I'm repeating myself, no matter what was in anybody's mind, the Library Commission was obligated to follow 67.7, and that requires a supermajority vote making two determinations. There was no such vote. They then sprang the in honor of and took an immediate vote, and that was the end of it. I might add that in the past, I believe the in honor of has only been for people who have died and not retirees, but I can't be sure of that. Thank you.
Vice Chair Allen, is there a motion?
Let me just start off by saying that, Mr. Warfield has definitely been a friend of Sunshine. We've seen him many times here before us with cases. I have to say, in this particular case, I think it's a question of the spirit of the law and the letter of the law. I think what could have happened is maybe a letter to Ms. Blackman saying, hey guys, thanks a lot for your policy of letting us give public comment on adjournment. By the way, last time round, you guys messed up on a technicality, just a heads up. That could be the extent of it. I think filing a complaint to try and find a violation is a waste of taxpayer time and money in this case. I have no motion here, and I will vote against any such motion.
Yes, Member Fisher.
Yeah, there's one thing that kind of jumps out at me on this one, too, is the expression, no good deed goes unpunished. And, that always bothers me because, here Mr. Herrera and Ms. Blackman came in here. I think they did something really positive. Maybe, as my colleague here says, there was a minor technicality. But I don't want to send that kind of message that people are going to be afraid to, do something that I thought was really nice. I mean, we adjourn things here sometimes, either in honor or in memory of people, and there's rules, but there's also the spirit of the law too, as Chris said. That's all I got.
Anybody else? So my thought here is what is the regular practice? Okay, is there a practice of how commendations are made regularly in legislative bodies in our city government? And actually there is. When you look at, because lacking any, and I failed to look to see if there was any reference in any of our summaries for this of any previous cases before us. Hold on, let me just make sure. No, there isn't. It's seeing that there isn't any references of the task force having taken action on this similar type of item. if we look at the Board of Supervisors, when they do commendations, they have a very specific section of their agenda called recognition of commendations, and it's actually an action item. And there's a whole list of people, if there are guests, certificates of honor or a bunch of people, what have you. It's very well agendized. There are other sections of, let me just, there are other sections where there are items that are singular, that are specifically commending certain persons, and votes are made on those following full official process, including public comment, so on and so forth. So I do find it a little odd that and the question then becomes, usually when, let's say, as I'm using this as an example, the Board of Supervisors wants to adjourn, usually it's in honor of somebody who's like passed away in memoriam or whatnot, usually is in fact for remembrance. Now, the question is when you look at the ordinance, and it talks about in section 67.7E2A, it says, or relates to a purely commendatory action. The question is what is a commendatory action? And so I have to look at at this point, for me, I have to look at what's their definition of that. I really can't find the definition for that. So the next thing I would have to go to is what's precedent within our city government and how things work. So for me, that kind of fills the bill for me with regards to how the Board of Supervisors does it, because it's very explicit. They do it every time the same way, and it's very clear. They have a whole section regarding commendations. Member Eldon?
Are you recommending anything as a result of that, or are you just noting?
I'm noting it for the time being. If there's any other discussion, dialogue on it. Okay, so I'm going to entertain a motion for violation of 67.7 E2 A.
Do you require a second on that? Or is that how that...
Well, I'll entertain it if somebody wants to move it. If not, I'll move it myself.
I will move to file violation of 67, E2A. Is that it?
That's it. Is there a second? If you... Right, okay. So
can
E2.
I just say 67.7?
67, well, it would be E.
67. Okay.
67.7E. That's fine.
67.7E.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, I'll second it myself. Okay. Let's get some public comment on this.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I think that motion is appropriate. What is the purpose of a commendatory motion? To me, it serves more than simply acknowledging it. Now, if I'm the president of the Library Commission and I want to be able to pat myself on the back and say, oh, I did this nice thing, and that's the only thing I'm trying to accomplish, well, end of story. But to my mind, the reason that these should have been on the agenda and should have been handled in a more appropriate way, is the fact that the longtime employee is retiring. We want to give her public acknowledgement for all the years of service and dedication to the library. We want to publicly acknowledge and give others the chance, not only the public, but other members of staff the chance to commend the person also, which goes to the answer of why not take public comment on the, now that we've decided to adjourn in this person's honor, why not take public comment? So if other people felt that that was an appropriate thing, they could comment on it. Why not other staff members of the library who, if they had seen the agenda and saw that it was going to be done on her behalf, might have felt, hey, I've known her for 15 years now, I'm going to go down and say something positive when it comes up. And lastly, we heard Mr. Warfield say that the Library Commission president looked up and said, oh, she's left. So the person who's getting the commendation, the person we're commending and adjourning in honor of, doesn't even get to be there when it's being done and hear anything positive that's said by anybody else about her, because they didn't bother to put it on the agenda or take public comment to allow anybody to make that. So, that old expression, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. While the intention solely may have been good to commend her for her service, it was done in such a slipshod way that it violated the ordinance. And number two, was done really ineffectively. If I'm the person making that recommendation, I want to get the biggest bang for my buck. I want everybody to know that this person did all of these wonderful things, that I'm commending them for that reason. I want other members of the public who are attending to be able to get up and put in their 2 cents. I want other members of the staff to be able to get up and say, you're right, and she deserves this and a lot more. And all of that could have been achieved if it had been done in accordance with the rule of law. And that's what we're talking about here. And I sometimes get concerned that we take with these things and kind of say, oh, well, it's only a, this slip. Well, it wasn't a slip. It was a whole thing that was just handled throughout the entire process badly.
Good evening, members of the task force. Excuse my voice, I'm quite sick. I wanted to be here today to say that as president of the commission for 2 years, we have adjourned in people's honors when the public or other people have mentioned their names. We do take comments during the adjournment part, and so some people come up and say, we just heard so-and-so passed away, we would like to close in honor of. Then the commissioners get a chance to say, yes, we will do that. And so this was another situation like that. We have done it in the past, and sometimes it just happens. And so we don't take public comment after that. We just go to adjournment.
Okay, ma'am, I'm going to just interact with you for a second here. Are you currently a commissioner?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Teresa Ono, and I'm a current commissioner.
Okay,
yes.
so you are party to this complaint, so you really should not be commenting in public comment. Your statement...
I wasn't at the meeting, though.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The complaint is against the entire commission.
Okay.
So just in the future, when we call for any persons or witnesses that can provide additional facts or evidence, that would have been helpful at the time.
Yeah, I didn't think since I was at the meeting that I was a witness to it, so that's
Doesn't
why
matter. It was
okay.
against the whole commission, so
Thank you for
anybody who's
clarifying
party to that. But thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none. Members, any other? Okay, call roll.
On the motion to find a violation.
Member Eldon?
Yeah, I mean, this is hard for me because it feels like by the letter of the ordinance there was some sort of violation, but it feels like we are, I'm not a lawyer or involved with the legal system, so I say this as a private citizen or voter or whatever. It feels uncomfortable to me to find a violation here, even though I think I feel pretty obligated to vote that way. And I guess I am barely across on the other line from where the vice chair sits on the matter, from what he said earlier. And I guess, like, Member Moss, since you proposed the measure, I'd like to hear a little bit more description of how you think about this.
I mean, I am also, troubled by it a little bit. If I think this was like if we were talking about like a Brown Act violation and somebody would go and sue to undo the act of the body that did it, I would think it would be, quite. I don't think that Mr. Warfield would want to sue to undo the adjournment in honor of somebody. Nevertheless, this seems to be something that has not come up before us before, and if something comes up later that perhaps isn't a commendatory action for somebody who is a beloved member of the community, but perhaps a commendatory action for someone who's a more controversial member of the community, and then that complaint comes before us, then we've made a decision based on how we feel about the person that's being commended rather than the actual nature of the law. And I feel like we should vote on this. That's another reason for it to make the motion, is that I feel like we should vote. I don't think we should just not vote.
I agree on that. I'll add this. So in the short time that we've had, I've just looked at a number of different minutes from various different commissions. So I went to the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, which is an enterprise agency. Okay, so somewhat independent of city government in a way. And I found in their January minutes, there was a call for, where did I lost it here, where is it? There is a resolution honoring Dr. Espinola Jackson. And there was a whole process of presentation and discussion and public comment and a vote being taken there. In another set of minutes, there was a report from the general manager that says, Mr. Michael Carlin, Deputy General Manager, stated that a resolution honoring Dr. Jackson, which was Ms. Espinola Jackson, be brought before the commission in February. So what I read was from the February minutes. And this was in the January minutes. So, these are things that are common practice, I think, of the way the city operates. And so if that's the way the precedent is going to be, if somebody were to take it to court, a judge will ask, or there might be a presentation if there is a common precedent. And if there isn't one, then it would be kind of like up in the air. But considering that there does seem to be, at least in two cases, some regular common practice, I think that the motion is appropriate, and I think the violation is too. Any other discussion? Seeing none, let's move for a vote.
On the motion, Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Pass.
Copra absent. Tesfaye excused. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher. No. Fisher, no. Member Hinsey.
No.
Hinsey, no. Vice Chair Hyland.
No.
Hyland, no. Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion fails. Is there another motion?
Seeing no other motion.
I believe that in the past we've made it a practice to either to pass some type of motion, either a motion to not adopt or a motion to adopt.
Well, we just had a motion. The motion failed, so that's the action.
Through the chair, but I think what the clerk is saying is there not a motion to adopt the complaint committee's recommendation, or we're not doing that anymore?
No, it was opposite. I believe in the past we wanted to get some type of motion on the record, either a motion to adopt a violation or a motion to find no violation. And I'm not sure if in this case, anything will happen.
Josh Wolf.
What happens if someone makes a motion to find no violation and that also fails?
Yeah, you see, the fact that there is a motion, and whether it passes or fails, it's still on the record.
Yes.
Okay, so the fact that it fails shows that there was no violation.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's what it means.
Thank you
If if we were sitting here silent and nobody made a motion, then we would need to make a motion to find no violation. That would
Thank you
be
for the
purpose.
clarification.
Sure. Okay. Call next item.
Next on the agenda, item number 6, file number 16087, complaint filed by Ray Hart against Luis Herrera, Sue Blackman, and the Library Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21 by failing to respond in a timely and/or complete manner to a public records request. Would you like me to provide the committee summary?
Yes, please.
Reading from the minutes of the complaint committee. The committee questioned whether or not Ms. Backman is authorized to respond on behalf of the library and the Library Commission. This is a matter of concern as the request for records was regarding communications between the library and the Library Commission, and it does not appear that they were polled to determine if they had any responsive records. In addition, this is an issue as it is not clear as to whether or not Ms. Blackman is speaking on behalf of the library and the Library Commission when she expresses what appears to be a personal opinion.
Thank you. Okay. Jurisdiction.
Motion.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Hyland, second by Member Kanata. Any discussion? Public comment? Seeing no public comment, can we take this by acclamation? Any objections? Seeing none? Motion passes. Complainant? 5 minutes.
Members of the task force, Ray Hart, City Director, San Francisco Open Government. If you turn to page 78 in your packet, you will find there a response to a different complaint, not this one. And it's a 4-page response which goes on, and most importantly, I'd like you to look at the last page of the response, page 81, and it's Sue Blackman responding on behalf of the library and the Library Commission. And the second full paragraph, she writes, as members of this body may be aware, Mr. Hartz has been on a vendetta against the library and its staff for years, making attacks against library personnel, and at one point during public comment at a Library Commission meeting, alluding rhetorically to the need for assassination of public officials. Next paragraph down, this is less in the nature of a bona fide advocacy for open government and more in the nature of harassment of a city department that, notwithstanding Mr. Hartz's view, strives to comply with open government rules. And then further in the paragraph, she starts to even question my right to make public comment, saying despite his berating the library staff and commission in meetings through his aggressive tone, personal attacks, and occasional use of profanity. Now, I got that, and subsequently, for a different reason that I can explain if somebody wants to know, but I withdrew this complaint. But then I sent the original the IDR, which is the subject, and I said, okay, who did you talk to when you sent this complaint, or sent this response? Did you refer it to the library staff? Did you refer it to the Library Commission? Did they give you any input or direction? Did they have any say as far as this 4-page response? And the answer I got from Sue Blackman was basically there are no responsive documents. In fact, even in that response, the very last paragraph says, in response to the complaint, is this complaint is frivolous and is further evidence of harassment by Mr. Hartz. We especially request that the SOTF dismiss the complaint. Ms. Blackman, one works under the false assumption I'm complaining about the timeliness, which I never said a thing about. What I'm saying is she's saying she got a complaint from the task force against the library and the Library Commission, and says she did not refer it to anybody, did not ask for input from anybody, did not get input from anybody, didn't get authorization from anybody to send this, and sent it. So whose opinion is this? Is this the Library Commission? As I've mentioned earlier, the Library Commission has never discussed this. Is this the library management? Well, according to her, there's no communications between her and anybody in management or anybody in management and the library commission. So basically, where did this come from? And why has it started now to devolve to these personal issues where she's raising my behavior and putting in a little snippet so that everybody will go, oh, Mr. Hartz is such a terrible person? And why is the Library Commission and the library not taking any responsibility? Mr. Herrera is her direct supervisor as a city employee. Doesn't he have any control over his employee? And why is she answering on their behalf when apparently she did not bother to ask them, what do you want me to do with this complaint? And I'll tell you, it's similar with all the Sunshine complaints. She comes and she says, I'm representing the library and the Library Commission, but the Library Commission never discusses them before, during, or after. So the question is, are they holding illegal discussions, illegal meetings where they are discussing these things and giving her direction to respond in the way she is doing it? Or is she simply given free rein to respond in whatever way she chooses to respond? I say either way is unacceptable. Either the Library Commission discusses it, and the Complaint Committee also brought up the issue of it doesn't seem like she polled anybody to ask anybody, are there any communications between anybody here at the library and anybody on the Library Commission regarding this matter? Nothing. So the best I can say is it seems like to me she got the complaint, wrote the response, sent the response, end of story. And since on her word, there are no documents showing otherwise, this is Ms. Blackman's own response to this complaint, purporting to be responding on behalf of the Library Commission and the library. And I think since we have her, the city librarian, the deputy city librarian, and a member of the Library Commission staff here, you have a perfect opportunity to ask them all of those questions.
Respondent, 5 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry. Any witnesses or persons on behalf of the complainant provide any facts or evidence? Thank you, Member Hensey.
It was me. I can appreciate this kind of response, which is certainly has happened to me a lot. And you'll see in the last complaint that I have tonight, a 3-page, single-space type letter, which pretty well goes in that direction also. And it's very disturbing to read these kind of things. It just jolts your whole sensibility to say, I made a document request. Why am I being slandered? Why am I being personally attacked? And some people have this type of thick skin where they can just brush it off and trudge along. Other people get lost into it, like me, saying, what is going on here? And I can appreciate why he would be upset.
Any other persons or witnesses on behalf of the complainant? Seeing none, respondent, 5 minutes.
Sue Blackman again. I just want to start by saying his complaints were very difficult to understand what he was even complaining about. So it took some figuring out to try to figure it out. And the first response that was done on September 8th, which he did withdraw, which is the one he's questioning, how the response was written, it was over several cases that then he wanted combined into one willful violation for all these compiled cases. So it was very confusing. But the second one that we're addressing, where he asked if there was any, where I responded that there were no responsive documents over who I discussed this with, There were no responsive documents. I work in the same office as a city librarian. We had multiple discussions about this, along with the deputy city librarian. So there were no documents. It was a discussion that we had, and it was sent out in that way. I had no responsive documents. I had no reason to poll the commissioners because the commissioners did not know anything about this. They weren't involved in the response, and they weren't party to this complaint.
Are there any persons or witnesses on behalf of the respondent providing additional facts or evidence? Yes.
Chairman Wolf, I just want to make sure from a protocol and procedural standpoint that it is appropriate for me, as city librarian, to comment on this at this stage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
Because
right. So I just want to go on record as saying that all of the responses to any complaints are taken very seriously, and certainly in any drafting of a response are vetted through me as city librarian and department head, and also in consultation with the city attorney's office that represents the library. So in this particular letter, just as and this form for any other response, she is a custodian of records. Sue Blackman is a custodian of records, and she works under the direction of the city librarian as well as the library commission. But she does not take any of this action just simply on her own accord. So thank you for allowing me to clarify that point.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other persons or witnesses on behalf of the respondent providing any additional facts or evidence? Seeing none. Members? Member Josh Wolf.
Mr. Hartz, can you...
Wait, I think they want somebody else.
No? Okay.
So I'm having a little bit of trouble following exactly what transpired here. So what I'm missing right now is what was the original immediate disclosure request for?
The original immediate disclosure, the one that's subject to this one, or the prior complaint? What you're seeing there, the 4-page response, is a response to a prior complaint which has been withdrawn.
Right, I understand that.
This request was for information, any communications that Ms. Blackman made with anybody on library staff or the library commission in formulating this 4-page response. In other words, if you're going to respond on behalf of somebody, my opinion is you need to ask them what you want them to respond. If I'm going to respond on your behalf, I don't think you're going to take it very kindly if I respond and say, Member Wolf said this, or this is his opinion.
So if I understand correctly, you asked for the correspondence related to this 4-page response that you found that's included in this.
Right. I was asking for any correspondence between the library staff and itself, or the library commission, anybody, regarding the response to this complaint.
And is the response to that IDR included in our packet?
Yes.
Where is that? I just wasn't able to navigate this as well as I would have liked.
I have it. Page 86.
Yeah, page 86. I apologize for the slight delay in this response. That's her assumption that that's what the issue is. As you know, it is a commission weekend, et cetera, et cetera. The library has searched our records, and we have no responsive records to this request, which, as I said, means, so you didn't send anybody a copy of this complaint. You didn't send it to the library commission. The library commissioners didn't send you any input.
So your concern is that there are records pursuant to your request that you still have not received?
Well, either that, or they're coming here and saying, we're responding on behalf of the library commission, but we never talked to the library commission. Okay. The library commission never discussed this.
Right.
But we're saying this, or these things on their behalf, including this fourth page, which is just personal attacks.
Great, thank you. And Ms. Blackman, can I have you approach? So earlier, the city librarian spoke to how there is a process of approving your communication that you send out as custodian records for public records requests.
Correct.
What was the process to sign off on this original response to the public records request that prompted Mr. Hartz to file this request in the first place?
I discussed this with Luis Herrera and Michael Lambert and the city attorney, and we agreed that this was the response we wanted to send. There are no emails or no documents. We're in the, like I said, we're in the same office, so we had a discussion about it.
And the city attorney is also in the same office, or?
No, the city attorney actually drafted the letter.
So to reach out to the city attorney, that was done through a phone call or an email, or what? How was the city attorney invoked?
I usually forward the complaint to the city attorney, and then we work together on drafting.
So I realize that the communication that you had with the city attorney may be protected by attorney-client privilege, but the existence of those documents themselves, as I understand it, would be a public document. Are there documents between you and the city attorney, whether it was just to establish a meeting or to discuss this, that Mr. Hartz has not yet received?
Yes, there would be documents with the city attorney, but my understanding was that he was asking for documents with the library administration and the library commission, and that his complaint was that I had not gone to the library commission and asked for information or had documents responsive to this complaint.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Hartz, I have a question.
Yes.
So I'm trying to find your original request. Is it on page 84?
I've got it on 83.
83.
Both 83 and 84.
83?
Now, just to be clear, when you say original request, are you talking about?
The subject of this complaint.
I think it's duplicated on 83 and 84.
Actually, if you, there is one thing that I will commend Ms. Blackman on exceptionally, is that when she responds to a public information request, she does a pretty good job. If you look on page 86, the response to the original IDR, she says, I'm writing in response to your immediate disclosure request received by me. This second of two requests received. If your request, you state, this immediate disclosure request is for all communications in any form whatsoever between the San Francisco Public Library and members of the Library Commission regarding the response to this lawfully submitted complaint to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. This would include any communications by members of the Commission with each other. This would also include any and all communications between members of the SFPL staff and each other. This includes, but is not limited to, City Librarian Luis Herrera, Deputy City Librarian Michael Lambert, Library Commission Secretary Sue Blackman, and Library Commission President Wardell Giarducci. So they knew fully well what I was asking for.
Okay, and did you receive anything?
No.
Okay.
If you look, the next paragraph down, the very last line says, the library has searched our records, and we have no records.
Okay, but it's an IDR. You may have received something after, so that's why I'm asking.
No, nothing
Okay.
since.
All right, thank you. Okay, one thing I will say is that under 6721I, I think it needs to be clear. I mean, this is something that has been discussed before this body, even when I came onto it the first time in 2005. And I'll mention this, okay, because of Member Wolf's previous exchange. San Francisco City Attorney's Office shall act to protect and secure the rights of the people of San Francisco to access public information, public meetings, and shall not act as legal counsel for any city employee or any person having custody of any public records for purpose of denying access to the public. Okay, just want to be clear about that. ECA caller.
In the charter and I believe in the state constitution, there's language that that I think my office has opined on that supersedes that. We do have an obligation to serve clients and to have attorney-client privilege as well.
But with regards to public records, purposes of public records, that's what's specified here.
Well, sure, but even in that case, a city department that has advice counsel from my office, if they need to discuss a matter about what's public and what isn't, or if they determine that a record isn't public, then they can advise their client department or their client commission to not disclose that records.
Would you consider that to be acting as legal counsel?
If they're assigned legal counsel to that department or commission, then yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. If you could provide that opinion for us, because the question then becomes whether the ordinance is in compliance with state law, and where this actual section came from, whether it was part of Prop G or whether it's part of state law somewhere. It'd be the CPRA, I guess. Either way, because I just want to note that because we hear that a lot. Okay. All right, any other comments? We move to. Go ahead, Member
I just
Canada.
have one comment, Ms. Blackman. Your response also signed by the Library Commission, but did you say that you did not have any interaction with the Library Commission regarding this?
The Library Commission did not really have anything to do, well, they didn't have anything to do with this request, so I knew they didn't have any correspondence because any of the correspondence or emails would have been through me. I mean, they weren't aware of this complaint, so they wouldn't have had internal correspondence.
But if they're listed on the complaint, why would they not be aware of it?
Because they have nothing to do with public records. The Library Commission does not oversee the public records. The city librarian and myself, as custodian of records, I have two different roles. I have the custodian of records and I am the commission secretary. So when they name the Library Commission, they really don't have anything to do with our public records. They have to do with public meetings and some of the issues that we've discussed regarding the agenda and the meetings, but they don't oversee the public records. It's the management of the library and myself.
Okay, thank you.
So, Ms. Blackman, before you go, so I'm reading your response to Mr. Warfield on page 86. I'm listening to Mr. Hart's. My mistake. So this was a complaint that was coming before the task force, correct?
Well, he withdrew.
His IDR?
Well, it's here now. This is the complaint.
No.
The original?
The original.
With the 4-page response. He withdrew that, so it did not go to the task force. But the response was to the complaint.
Well, wait a minute. Did he withdraw it before or after this incident?
After the letter came to the task force.
Okay, so at the time that you received, at the time that the original, that the complaint was still valid, it wasn't withdrawn. So as far as you knew, at the time of the IDR, the complaint was still active?
Correct.
Okay. So when you receive complaints that names requesters or respondents other than yourself, so here it would be the city librarian, Luis Herrera, and the Library Commission, do you confer with them?
Not if it's about public records.
But if the request for public records is to them,
Right, and this original one was not to them. The second one was to them, but I knew they didn't have any public
So
records.
the original,
They did not have any public records because they were not, I did not inform them of this, because they were not aware of the response that we had sent on the original one, which is what he was asking for public records for.
thank you. I may call you back, Mr. Hartz. The original complaint, whether or not it was withdrawn or not, who is that complaint, who is that request to? Because I'm not seeing it here.
Okay, you're saying complaint and request, and I'm not sure.
No, the original, okay.
Complaint 16075?
Right.
Was against the library and the Library Commission.
Okay.
Um,
And your IDR was in relation to that, right?
Yes, I wanted to know where did this come from? Who participated in formulating this response to the earlier complaint?
Okay, thank you. Okay, so it's 16087 was the original. So, Ms. Blackman, so when you say that the original complaint that was withdrawn, that was file number 16087. I'm looking at page 89 at the bottom.
89?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so it says, oh no, that was the complaint against. So okay. So the complaint, this is the subject of his IDR, I believe, correct, Mr. Hartz? Okay, so the complaint is the parties to the complaint is the city librarian, yourself, and the commission itself.
Correct.
So if the IDR, as you stated in your letter on page 86, okay, which lists all of that, pretty much all of that, okay, why are you saying that they aren't party to the complaint?
Because they have nothing to do with public records.
But the IDR is about communications regarding the complaint, not
Right.
about the subject of the complaint.
Right. But they, I mean, they.
No, but you see, it's not about the public records.
It is about the
No,
public
it's
records
not.
because he's asking who helped me respond to the public records, and they did not help. They were not involved in any way, which is why I have no responsive documents.
Through the chair.
Vice Chair Hyland and Member Wolf.
I mean, a very simple reading of this is Ms. Blackham was named as a respondent. Ms. Blackman provided reply in time.
But there were other respondents. Did she confer with them? That's the complaint before us.
Yeah, she did confer with them verbally. She's already stated that.
She says in writing that she didn't.
That's true. She said both things.
Member Wolf.
I mean,
You did.
Ms. Blackman, please fill me in if I'm misappropriating what you're saying, but I believe what she's saying is that the members of the commission never knew about the complaint or the public records request in the first place, so there'd be no reason that the members of the commission would have communicated about it. Therefore, there was no reason to reach out to them to see if they had communicated about it. There is admittedly some sort of assumption that they didn't hear about the complaint through some other party and communicate with each other about it, but I think that's basically where Ms. Blackman's was relying on them not being a party to what was requested.
Correct.
Just to rebut to that through the chair, I think Ms. Blackman, as custodian of records and secretary of the commission, is the appropriate responder.
But that's not the complaint. That's not what he requested in the IDR. Whether they had any information or not regarding the complaint was withdrawn or not, that's not what he was asking for. He's asking for if a complaint, no matter what the subject, a complaint that's come before the task force sends a duly official notice that there's a complaint to the respondent or respondents, okay? Mr. Hartz is asking he's asking for any communications between the parties that are named in the complaints. That's all. He's not asking about any detail or information regarding the complaint. He's just asking about if the complaint was discussed between the parties that were named in the complaint, and he wants the communications of that.
Okay,
that's what it sounds a little confusing, but hopefully clear.
Because I think Mr. Hart's trying to determine where's this answer coming from. Am I getting the full answer of the three respondents, or am I getting just unadulterated, Sue Blackman's response? And we had Luis Herrera up here stand up and say, I take responsibility for any communication she puts out, i.e. I review it. He made that statement. So that side of the equation is answered.
Well, the question then...
Let me finish. And then Ms. Blackman stated that she did not consult the commission because, that she doesn't usually consult them. She kind of handles those things unless they need to be consulted. So that's the answer. So it sounds like to me the answer is this is all Ms. Blackman's response and work with the blessing of Luis Herrera and without the knowledge of the commission. I mean... but all that aside, I fail to see where there's a violation. Like, how does any of this violate the Sunshine Ordinance? Can you give me anyone give me something were there documents? No, they're conversations.
Member Wolf.
I see potential violations under the rubric of, well, first off, it was 1 day late, so there is that potential violation. It seems like there's an argument that although any communication from the city attorney on advising around the response is protected, the actual correspondence asking the city attorney to engage in legal advice may or may not be wholly protected. And if any part of it isn't protected, then there was an obligation to turn over the correspondence that indicated that they had reached out to the city attorney. And along with that is the why that would be prohibited, which would be 67, whichever, I don't have it in front of me right now, but those are the potential avenues of a violation that I see that are sort of outside of the main issue that Mr. Hartz is speaking to, but those are the technical violations that I have seen a possibility of.
Rebuttal. All right, let's go for rebuttal. Respondent, Ms. Blackman, no rebuttal? Okay. Mr. Hartz, 3 minutes.
Members of the task force, this is kind of a win-win situation for me because for 8 years now I've been going to the Library Commission and raising the issue of these sunshine complaints, and Ms. Blackman comes in and says she's representing the Library Commission, and yet where is she getting the direction from? The Library Commission never discusses them. So basically, it's okay, I'm complaining against the Library Commission, and the Library Commission is not being told that they're being complained against. And I'm kind of going like, what? This makes no sense to me. If I'm representing that I'm answering every one of these complaints, not just this one, but every one, that I'm responding on behalf of both the library and the Library Commission, and yet in this particular one I come out and say, well, I never talked to anybody in the Library Commission, that contradicts what I just said. And the Library Commission has been hiding behind Ms. Blackman, and I've been trying to get an answer as to exactly who's putting it, especially that fourth page. When they start to devolve to personal insults, you want to know who it is exactly who's put their fingerprints on this. And now I know. It's the city librarian, it's the city attorney, it's the Library Commission secretary. They are getting together and colluding, and they decided instead of just answering the original complaint, they were going to put in a bunch of insults about Mr. Hartz. Now, somebody earlier said something about thin-skinned, and I'm not thin-skinned, I have very thick skin. But it is always really nice to find out exactly who is fomenting these little diatribes against you. And up till now, the Library Commission has been gutless in the fact that they never discuss it. They just put Ms. Blackman out there as a sacrificial lamb. She represents what she says is their opinion. But where has that opinion been formulated? Nowhere I know. The Library Commission just sits back there and lets her say anything she wants to say, and just silence gives consent, I guess. But the bottom line is, this has devolved now into taking my public records request, and I would defy Ms. Blackman to show one instance where I have made anything other than a legitimate public records request or legitimate public comment. And that fourth page of her response is nothing but a critique of my use of the Sunshine Ordinance for the very purpose I believe it was intended. And it is intended to undermine my credibility in all sorts of forums, anybody who might read this, by putting in little slanders that basically just demean Mr. Hartz and undermine what he's doing and saying that he's really up to no good.
I have a question for the administrator. When you send out the notices that a complaint has been received to the respondents, and there's multiple respondents, even if they're in the same department, do you send one communication out, or do you send a communication out for each one?
I do send out one communications with all members listed as an addressee or their email address. However, with the Library Commission, Ms. Blackman is listed as my contact for the Library Commission, so it is my assumption that anything regarding the Library Commission goes to Ms. Blackman.
Okay, and with regards to Mr. Herrera?
It goes to Mr. Herrera and Ms. Blackman, as she is the custodian of records.
So Ms. Blackman gets the whole package?
Anything with the library, Ms. Blackman gets.
That's fine. Ms. Blackman, I have a question. So when you receive complaints and they have multiple named parties with regards to the respondents, so here the complaint with regards to this particular, the focus of this particular complaint is a complaint that was sent to you by the Sunshine Task Force naming 3 parties. Did you or do you notify those parties that a complaint has arrived for them?
No. I notify the Library Commission if a particular commissioner is named, or if it has something to do with a public meeting, or something that the Library Commission directly has something to do with.
So
they have nothing to do with public records.
Well, that's not necessarily so.
Unless it's their public records.
Yeah, I know, but this is not about public records. It is about a complaint against them of which they're named. And the question is whether they had any knowledge of the complaint. Yes, no, or otherwise, it's a no consequence to me. But it's the point is whether if a complaint was presented to for that named a staffer, it just had their name on it. Whether they were party to it or not, would they know about it?
That's a hypothetical. I don't
Well,
know.
we have it right in front of us here. So for this particular complaint that for this particular item that our complaint tonight is about, it names Mr. Herrera, names the Library Commission. Are they notified that a complaint has come in against them?
No, not if they have nothing to do with the complaint. And the city attorney has informed us that the custodian of records and library staff management will respond to all IDRs, public records requests on requesting documents. The commission they have nothing to do with that. And you can name the commission, but I do not involve them in that. That is not part of their responsibility as library commissioners.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just asking. It doesn't. To me, I'm trying to separate the content, what the actual request is, from the complaint. So somebody can make a request for something. There's no responsive records. So now they want to know, well, was there any discussion to find out if there was any responsive records? Okay, and if there was no discussion about that, then that's the answer.
Right. There was no discussion.
Okay, great, Member Granada.
But you said that you didn't notify the Library Commission about this, and yet you answered for them. Without talking to them, how do you know that commissioners on the Library Commission didn't exchange emails, documents regarding Mr. Hart's and the original 4-page answer that was in the complaint that was finally withdrawn?
Before you answer, let me just expand. It would have been, maybe to even say, ask them, are you aware of any documents regarding this complaint? And that would have been, they could say no, and that would have been a transmission that could have been available to this particular, to the request for the IDR.
I could have done that. We've never, I said, we've never included the commission in public records.
Okay.
And I don't want to have a seriatim meeting by sending something to all commissioners asking them to respond to something.
But it's not a seriatim meeting.
Well, but I don't generally send things like that to the commission as a whole. I send other.
Member Wolf.
If the Sunshine Task Force were to find a violation by the Library Commission and then refer it to ethics, would you notify the commissioners that their commission had been referred to ethics?
I think the city attorney, would say the Library Commission cannot be found in violation of public documents being given out by the library administration and the custodian of records.
But that's not the point. The point is whether they have any information. If they had information, that's really the question. And the point here is just about communications. The IDR was there any communications between yourself, Mr. Herrera, and the Library Commission regarding the complaint?
There was none. I said we have no responsive documents.
Okay. Anything else, folks? Okay. Do we have a motion? We need a motion, either to find in violation or not to find a violation. Vice Chair Hyland.
I was saying, perhaps Member Wolf had the beginnings of a motion earlier.
Okay, I'll go ahead and make that motion. So I'll make a motion of a violation of 6725A, as well as 6726 and 6727.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Moved by Member Wolf, second by Member Hinsey. Any discussion on that item? No public comment, please. Oh, no, you can't speak in public comment because you're a witness.
A witness?
You
Yeah.
spoke on
'cause
behalf.
I supported him.
You supported him, yeah. Any other public comment?
Peter Warfield Library Users Association, we're not a party to this and not very familiar. Number one, I would support the motion, but I did hear some things that I think are worth noting. I think you as a body have noted some peculiarities. I think you particularly, well, I made some notes here as well. The Library Commission Secretary is signing as Library Commission Secretary letters that she says never involved the Library Commission at all. And that, I think, is a very serious problem. She basically conceals from library commissioners that they are being complained about because she doesn't think that they have anything to do with it, or that's what she says. I didn't consult with the Library Commission. I knew they didn't have anything about this because I didn't send them anything. That's a big jump, as I think some of your members have pointed out. She didn't want to have a seriata meeting. Well, they didn't need her to have a seriata meeting previously, including at least one that was found with in response to a complaint that we filed some years ago. If preventing seriata meetings is done by keeping people in the dark so they have nothing to discuss, we'd have a pretty ill-informed library commission. The concept of custodian of records, I think, is something that is a real problem, and something that may have been assisted by the city attorney and maybe something that other departments exhibit. But the Sunshine Ordinance is very clear. There is no such thing as one custodian of records. The Sunshine Ordinance says that every person with access to public documents is hereinafter called a custodian of public records, and I don't have the ordinance right in front of me, unfortunately. But 67.21a says that every person with access to public records is a custodian of public records, and the library has tried over the years to force all requests for information and all responses to requests for information to go through Sue Blackman, which, as far as I'm concerned, at the very least, means that there's a delay, an unnecessary delay, and that there's somebody who conveniently doesn't know any of the details about the questions or the responses. So there's quite a bit to chew on here. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none? Members? Last words? Nope. Call the roll, please.
On the motion, Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra absent. Tesfa excused. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
No.
Fisher, no. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Barnetsky, absent. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay, let's call the next item.
I would assume there's no additional referrals on this matter?
No
Thank
additional
you.
referrals.
Next on the agenda, Item number 7, file number 16057, complaint filed by Andrew Bowe against Howard Lazar and the Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.25, by failing to respond to a media disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. Would you like me to summarize?
Yes, please.
During the committee meeting on this matter, Mr. Bowe stated that the Arts Commission, that she did not receive the entirety of the record. Ms. Stroh stated that she was provided a link but never provided the actual documents. Based on the letters received from the Arts Commission, I believe that the Arts Commission requested clarification on what was requested. The Arts Commission made the request for clarification in a timely manner, but the final response appears to be late and/or incomplete. In addition, I believe that the Arts Commission did refer Mr. Bowe to the custodian of records who held the records, which I believe was the Board of Supervisors. Mr. Stroh requested a certain piece of legislation, and she was referred to the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. It's fine. Advise a motion for violation. I'm sorry, jurisdiction.
So moved.
Moved by Hensy.
Second.
Second by Member Kanata. Public comment on jurisdiction. Seeing none, we take this by acclamation. Any objections? Seeing no objection. Approved. Mr. Bowe.
Hi, okay, that wasn't really an accurate summary, it was more or less, but on page 96 is a very accurate summary of what happened here. As recently as this morning, the Arts Commission is still having problems with what they claim to be their email, their generic email. It got into the email, but it didn't get to the appropriate person. There's all this and all that. So here you have line by line exactly what happened, very time-consuming and tedious on my part to document all this sordid nonsense, which is exactly what it is. The original IDR was sent on the 25th, and what I was explaining is the audio on your website is bad, but street artist Mike Addario did tape, audio and video tape that specific street artist meeting. And it was very clear in the tape what Howard Lazar said. So in the response of the 26th of May, Howard Lazar completely made up what he thought that he said, which was not in the audio and not in the video. So I resent the same request to now 2 people, because I want to make sure that it's not lost in the shuffle as usual. So the next day came the clarification. I provided it in a timely manner, and then I never received a response. So I sent the original, I think I called Victor around about that time, and he suggested, well, why don't you resend the original IDR to Howard Lazar, which I did on the 24th of June, which is on page 122 of your packet. So on the 27th came the letterhead response from Kate Patterson. Typically, she doesn't include the documents that she claims to have sent. She never does that. In her response, she just says, we sent the documents. So you're left, again, in this tedious form of trying to figure out what documents she's talking about. And so they should have been presented to the Sunshine Task Force and to me, so everybody's clear as to what's going on. And where it gets very confusing is that I wasn't copied on it, which is page 115. Then the PDFs don't specify, well, this is the first PDF of 3, this is the second one of 3, so you really don't know what's going on there. It turned out to be a 3-part IDR, which you got to figure out by osmosis. And then on the 27th, she sends her response to the task force. Of course, I was not copied on it. So what is all this about? A thick file of a bunch of nonsense. So in my summary, of course, this was a late response. It was an incomplete response. the simple thing of looking for legislation with by going to the clerk's office with no information whatsoever is like finding a needle in a haystack. It cannot be done. So eventually I was provided a link. All he had to do was just print it out or say, this was the file, this was the motion number, this was the date, and I could have found it. If he did that at the meeting, everybody would have known. But, and if there were supporting documents at the meeting, everybody would have known, and I wouldn't be here today. So the information wasn't provided in a timely manner. It wasn't complete by any means at all. And I spent a lot of time trying to fish through to get a little bit of information, which it would have taken 10 minutes for them to come up with it. And I think the purpose of transparency and the purpose of public meetings is that people go there, they know, oh, this is what's going on, here's the supporting documents, here's the legislation, hey, that's great, but it never happens that way. And of course, they were not supportive at all. So this whole thick complaint is a violation of 6725A through D. There were, of course, in the summary of the complaint committee, page 88, 98, 99, clearly, the link was not the actual document. They didn't provide assistance. I did everything that I needed to do, and, that's what it is. It's 6725. And then, of course, she didn't respond with a 5-day receipt of the notice. Her response to the task force was late. That's page 101. And then she didn't provide any response today, and she didn't appear at the complaint committee.
Hold on 1 minute. Are there any persons or witnesses providing any facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant? Okay, seeing none. Yes, please. 5 minutes.
Good evening, Kate Patterson, Director of Communications at the San Francisco Arts Commission. So basically, with regard to her first initial request, we did send an email asking for clarification. The various spaces that designate the, sanctified or legitimate selling spaces for the street arts licensing program have sort of amassed over a period of time, and there's specific legislation attached to those specific spaces. So when we asked for clarification, that was really critical in sort of helping to identify a specific legislation that pertains to those spaces. And so what occurred was we asked for the clarification, we did not receive it, and a month later, we received the same request, and we just responded taking sort of a guess at what she was looking for. So that's sort of my perspective on what occurred. The initial IDR was received while I was on vacation, so it was handled by Howard Lazar. Normally, I would handle it. But again, we're not even sure if we fully responded to a request because we had some outstanding questions which were never answered. So that's it.
Thank you. Any witnesses or persons providing any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Seeing none. Members? Anything? Should we move to rebuttal? Okay. No, hold on. Respondent goes first. There's been no discussion, so.
Sure.
Go for it.
Kate, again, Patterson, Director of Communications at the San Francisco Arts Commission. I think in our effort to be responsive to the public, I think it's a two-way street. I think that in order to provide the information requested, sometimes we have questions ourselves, and in order to ensure that we're providing accurate information in the most efficient way possible, it does require some participation from the person who's requesting the information. So it makes it really hard for us when we don't have a clear understanding of what the actual request is, especially when the request is very specific. And so my hope would be that it would be a collaborative process and not one that devolves and into a sort of a punitive situation. So, I mean, had Ms. Trabue been more clear with us and responded to our email and our questions, I think that we would have been able to respond more completely earlier. Thanks.
Mr. Trabue?
Once again, she may be referring to they asked for clarification. I sent the clarification and I documented it, and you could see on page 126 my response to Howard Lazar on May 25th, which is the clarification. And then on May 31st, I once again say this IDR wasn't responded to. It just died. So I contacted Victor, who said, why don't you send it again, which I did, and I copied several people on this, so it could not have gotten lost. And as far as two-way streets, I don't think so. We all know the history of Kay Patterson not picking up the phone. Never once have I gotten a request, can you please call me? What's your phone number? Let's discuss this. I don't bother to call anymore because the few times I did, she slams down the phone. So, that's all that. And, why would I communicate with her verbally? Because what do I chase her around to have the phone slammed down on me? I don't think so. A paper trail is very clear for everybody. And you can see, once again, in her first response on page 129, she claims, you can see it, our second response, our first response, here's the attached PDF that wasn't attached. She even admits to not responding in a complete manner. At any time when there was this great gap, when I had to resend it, was there ever any follow-up? Let me recontact this person to find out what's going on. None whatsoever. And when you have the same exact email coming from two different accounts, Howard Lazar and Kay Patterson, you wonder who actually has access to these accounts. It raises more questions than anything else. People call it a rabbit hole, and they try to stay away from it. It's like the money pit, You throw so much time and money into it, and what do you get back? Not much. So, page 133, there were no copies included in the file that she claimed. I've corrected her on this mistake. I've counted 43 times. Article 1, Section 1 of the California Constitution has nothing to do with the individual's right to privacy. She's citing the wrong quote, and she just keeps doing it. And on page 133 again, she says, we refer you again to the attached PDF documents. Well, where are the documents? Were they ever included? No.
Thank you. Members? We have a motion. Find a violation or not? Let's go, folks. There any clarification you need? Member Josh Wolf.
I'll make a motion not to find a violation.
Second.
Moved by Member Josh Wolf, second by Member Hensy. Any discussion? Public comment? Seeing no public comment, let's call the roll.
On the motion,
No violation.
the motion is to find that there is no violation. On that motion, Member Moss.
Oh, aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
Okay.
Fisher, aye. Member Hensy.
Aye.
Hensy, aye. Parnetsky, absent. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Wolf,
aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Let's call the next item.
Next on the agenda, item number 8, file number 16068, complaint filed by Anthropo against Kate Patterson and Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.25 by failing to respond to immediate closure request in a timely and/or complete manner. Regarding this matter, I believe it's again regarding a request being sent to a member of the Arts Commission staff who is not in the office. The Arts Commission states that out-of-office message was sent to inform the requester that the person is out of the office. Ms. Fitro alleges that the out-of-office message proof submitted by the Arts Commission is a forgery. The committee requested that the Arts Commission be prepared to discuss technical ways to provide evidence that out-of-office messages were sent to specific individuals. I'd just like to inform the task force that the Compliance and Amendments Committee has requested IT attend our meeting on January the 9th to discuss this specific issue. Yes, before Compliance and Amendments. That's a general discussion, not specific to this complaint.
Got it. Was there a... All right, hold on. Let's not have side conversations, please.
Of the jurisdiction.
Okay, yeah. Hear a motion for jurisdiction.
So moved.
Moved by Hensy.
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Hyland. Discussion. Public comment. Seeing no public comment, can we take this by acclamation? Any objections? Seeing none. Motion passes by acclamation. Complainant, Ms. Trudeau, 5 minutes.
Okay, so on page 221 is a narrative. It's like a timeline of this complaint, which is, it played out again over the holiday weekend. I sent an email to the generic email listed on their webpage, and oops, it got lost. Something happened. We don't know. Now they're generic. It's now defunct, whatever. Okay, so the timeline on page 221 is I sent this IDR to an employee. There was no audio away message, and I called this person's phone number. There was no announcement saying this person was gone or referring me to somebody else. So I left a message saying that I requested documents. So the email that automatically came to me, it just said the person is away. It didn't refer me to anybody else, so I didn't know what to do. I had left a voice message, and that was it. As far as the question that was posed to me, that is something that I did not come out of my mouth. The question is, why do I find this suspect? I find it suspect because the response of Kate Patterson, page 225, was written on August 22nd, 2016. And oddly enough, the audio away on page 222 happened on August 22nd at 11:07 a.m. That's odd. If a person is away for a couple weeks, why suddenly would there be the same day, this audio away thing. And it's the same thing that I always say. You have to look at the composition of this little street artist's office. Their desks are this far apart. So obviously they're communicating verbally, and emails, I don't think, get lost. It sounds a little suspect that one person would send an email with no content to it whatsoever to the person whose desk is a few feet away on that specific day, or to somebody else about the logistics of having sent a quarterly payment. It doesn't make any sense. If it's sent to one person, why is that one on the bottom now referred to Howard Lazar? So it's like this weird circle. Ventre's referred to Lazar, but the email is from somebody called Tang with no content to it. It's just very suspect. That's what I can say. And then the formats are not the same in these two emails, top to bottom. And it's not the normal format response you see in most of the emails that you get from them. The lines in between are suspect also. So what happened? I have no idea. The original IDR was sent on May 19th. It was sent to the generic SFAC records request. I didn't get a response, so I resent the thing to this specific person because it had to do with street artist matters, and that's what she does on May 19th. So 2 emails were sent. One had no response. The other one got lost somewhere. I didn't really understand. And then in the Arts Commission's response, page 225, once again, they claim to have sent the attached PDF of the out-of-office away, attest to her inability to respond to the request. Well, do we have any record that she was even... the whole thing is just weird. And there's so many complaints like this. Where did this email go? This has gone on for almost 2 years. You send emails and they just disappear. They get lost. You wait a little while, you send it back again to somebody else. This was sent twice to their generic email, which had no response, and to an individual. So I see it as a violation.
Thank you. Any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant? Seeing none. Respondent, Ms. Patterson. 5 minutes.
Okay, so do you want me to state my name again? I'm sorry. Okay.
Sure.
So, I mean, I think that in my response letter, I kind of clarified the outline. The initial email was sent to my colleague, Alyssa Vantra, when she was out on vacation. And I have no record of a separate and identical email being sent to the generic email address. And so when Alyssa returned, she saw the email, and then we responded. And as part of my response, I provided proof of Alyssa's out-of-office response that it was active by basically sending a PDF of an email that from another colleague that received her out-of-office response, which is the email that was sent or forwarded, and it had different heading in terms of the date because it's when I got it from Alyssa to include with my letter providing proof. So that was the August 22nd email, and the email below on that page, the email below that is the email from between Alyssa and our colleague illustrating the out of office was active. So Unfortunately, this is a reoccurring theme around vacations and out of office and IDRs, and we will continue to strive to do better. I will say that I will be writing all of you in the next week or so regarding the generic email for records requests, which I don't feel is working for the agency, nor do I feel like it's working for the public. It continues to have issues in terms of arriving in inboxes and a host of things, which I'll clarify in a memo to you. But in this instance, the generic email was active, and she's aware of that, and she sent it to Alyssa, and Alyssa was out of the office and did indicate in her out of office who the appropriate backup contact person was. So it would have behooved Mr. Bu to follow up with Howard Lazar in this case in order to get her records. In any case, when we received it, we did respond in a timely and thorough fashion. Thanks.
Page 223.
Wait a minute.
I'm sorry.
Nobody called you.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. Any persons or witnesses provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, seeing none. Members, questions, discussion?
I don't think the email was forged. I'll just say that.
Okay. Eldon?
I don't know if we need to ask the IT department to investigate whether or not the email is forged, if that was actually what was happening. I was unclear on what.
No, that was not. I was just informing them that we were discussing this matter at the matter as a whole at the committee.
Okay, cool.
I have a question for Ms. Patterson. Did you say, I know that the email was sent to a specific person, but then subsequently sent to your generic email?
I have no evidence that the same email was sent to the SFAC.
You have no evidence of that, but that's how you direct people to communicate with you, correct?
Yes, up until yesterday, that was the alternative.
Okay, but did I also hear you say that your generic email doesn't work a lot of the time?
No, what I'm saying is, no, I'm sorry, I know that's confusing. I think that what I was referring to was sort of the procedure with regard to that email account. I mean, essentially, the email is forwarded to my inbox, and when I'm not there, that email doesn't have an auto response capability, so I set it up so that two other people in the office would also get that email in my absence to make sure that someone was seeing them. And what I learned after my most recent vacation is that actually those emails are delivered to a folder in those people's Outlook, and where there, as you can imagine, there's like a multitude of folders, and so it's not delivered to the inbox where it becomes more top of mind. So I think that's an issue. So it's just created another layer of steps that I think they're just not serving us. They're not serving the public. I think that I essentially am the person who's responsible for responding, and I feel like if I'm not there, my out of office will indicate who is then responsible for responding in my place. So that's what I was referring to, not necessarily. So had she sent an email to the generic records request, I would have received it when I was back in the office as well. But she just sent it to, as far as I know, if she wants to show me something different, as far as I know, she just sent it to Alyssa. And like I said, as soon as Alyssa got it, she alerted me, and then we responded accordingly.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Somewhat. Just a point of clarification. I thought you said that if it comes to you and you're not there, it goes to two other people, but it doesn't go to their inbox. It goes to folders. Were those folders ever searched?
That's not relevant. I mean, because I was there. I mean, she sent the email to Alyssa. She didn't send it to the SFA, unless you have a proof otherwise. But I don't. I looked through this and I didn't see another one. I mean, in my letter. I think I didn't. I would have acknowledged that we also got it there, and I also would have acknowledged if we were late. So had she sent it there, and I was in the office, I would have responded in a timely fashion. But my understanding and the understanding I presented in our response letter was that she only sent it to Alyssa Vantra.
Okay. And what was presented here?
It's just on page 223. That's already in the agenda. Thank you, Ms. Patterson. Ms. Trudeau?
Oh, I'm sorry, and we did not forge it. I should have said that earlier.
Okay,
but we did
thank
not.
you. Ms. Trudeau? So I'm looking at the auto-respond reply from Ms. Vantra's email account.
If I may?
No,
Okay.
you may not. I'm asking
Okay.
a question, so
Okay.
I don't want to be diverted.
What page is
I'm
that?
on page 226.
Okay.
At the bottom.
Okay.
It says from Alyssa Vantra to Dao Shah and An Thang. Okay, it's an auto reply. Okay, and is this similar to what you received?
No, I did not receive that at all.
You don't. What? Is there a copy of the actual auto response that you received?
I didn't receive any auto response. Page 233 of your packet is a narrative of exactly.
I'm not asking for a narrative. I'm asking.
I did not receive an auto response
You didn't receive from at all.
at all. And I left a message on her voicemail which did not indicate that she was gone. And it didn't refer me elsewhere. And you have there the email that was sent to the generic email address, which
Okay.
is no mystery.
So I don't understand what this whole thing around forgery is about.
That was not even part of this discussion.
Okay,
that
thank
was the chair who brought up that whole area, which I did not even want to entertain
Okay,
because
fine.
it's not sunshine.
Let's not discuss it.
I appreciate that.
Ms. Patterson?
I think I kind of see what happened, too. Go ahead.
Because I'm looking at an auto response.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have Ms. Trudeau's name on it.
Well, because there's no way for us to retrieve auto responses to like go into our sent box and get an auto. And this has come up before, where she claims that she didn't receive them. So the only way I can prove that they were active is to provide another email from a staff member who might have retained an auto response from an email sent. And I just want to point out too that. I see that, so the initial IDR was sent on May 14th, and then she sent it to the SFAC.records request on the 19th.
Is this in our?
Yeah, so, I mean.
Please refer to it so we can.
Yeah, so, I think the numbering is kind of odd on mine, but I think it's maybe page 223.
It's the number that's above.
Yeah, page 223.
Okay.
Okay, so if you start actually on page 224.
224. So that looks like it's from Ms. Trudeau to Mr. Young.
Yeah, but beneath that, you see the May 14th email to Alyssa, right?
Right.
And then on page 223, you see the email, which is on May 19th to SFAC.records request. So it wasn't sent at the same time. In other words, she didn't send two emails on the same day.
Okay, right. Okay, not. All right, so go on.
I was going to say, but even if it wasn't the same day, if I'm looking at page 233.
233?
233. It says that on the 14th, the IDR was sent to Ms. Ventre, and then on the 18th, received documents not responsive. Then on the 19th, August 2nd, and August 5th, the same IDR was sent to the generic, and there was no response to any of them. That seems to be the timeline here. So even if the first one where Ms. Ventre was out of the office, whatever happened, if it was a computer glitch, whatever, there's 3 more attempts to get the information that weren't responded to, according to the timeline.
But I responded right around the May 19th email to I mean, as soon as Alyssa got back, it's in my letter, and I provided the email. So it's not like, we were responsive as soon as I was made aware that she received the email.
All right,
So I wouldn't follow Ms. Trabou's narrative. I mean, I think it's flawed.
Hold on. Let's make sure that we're discussing the right item here for the complaint, okay? Ms. Trabou is if I go to your timeline,
Yeah.
okay, on May 14th, you sent an IDR to Alyssa Vantra.
Yes.
Okay? You did not you received a response, but it was on May 18th.
And this had nothing to do with that specific IDR. It had something to do with something else. So I notified via email that you sent the wrong PDF attachment. Please send the correct one.
Okay, but what is your complaint here for?
My complaint here is for, well, you see how disorganized it is, and then there's something called sandbagging, which is...
Please, can we just keep to the point?
6725A, the late response, first off.
Late response on what date?
Well, what you have in front of you was a generic email that was sent on the same day. I didn't begin to receive the correct...
On which day?
It's right there. I don't know
This is May 19th.
Okay. So you have the first response on May 14th. That was a late response, 6725A.
Wait a second. So you made an IDR request on May 14th. Did you receive a response within the next business day?
No, I did not.
Okay. On May 18th, you received a response. And it was for documents that were not responsive
to the email, which I sent to Kate Patterson. I sent her an email to that. I asked her, please send the correct PDF attachment. Since that wasn't happening and time was passing, I sent the same document request to the generic email on the May 19th, August 2nd, and August 5th, same request, and didn't get a response, which is why on August 22nd I filed the formal complaint with the task force. So what they're focusing on to try and redirect you is not the timeline and not documentation to support whatever nonsense she came up with.
I got it.
Okay,
Ms. Patterson?
Thank you.
So let me ask you this. So the first IDR was sent to Alyssa Vantra on
Saturday, May 14th.
May 14th. There was no response.
Right.
Okay, that we know of.
No, because it's a Saturday, and she was out of the office.
Okay, so it's the next business day. I believe the ordinance is business day. Say close of business on the following day of the request. So if it was on a Saturday, then it would have been Monday, end of Monday.
Sure, but again, Alyssa was out of the office. And
I understand.
Yeah, okay.
So that's my point. So, but we don't know if a auto response was sent or not.
We do, because I provided an example in showing that the auto response was activated.
Oh.
That's the email between Alyssa and Dr. An Tang Dao Shah, which is a colleague.
Okay.
Because there's no way for me to go into my sent box and collect all of the out of offices.
So you CC'd the auto response? I'm sorry.
No, so I provided she asked for proof. She asked for proof that if the auto response was active, and the only proof I can provide is an email.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so I provided an email. I'm just proving that it was on. And so you can see that this email has Thursday, May 12th.
Got it.
It was on.
Got it. Okay. And she's claiming that she never received it.
She's claiming she never received an out of office.
I got it. Okay. One moment. Let me finish my point. Okay. All right. And then, okay. So the fact, whether or not she received it for whatever reason, its email could get lost, for whatever reason. I'm not saying that it did or not. I don't know whether she received it or not. I have no idea, but on May 18th, 3 or 4 days later, that was 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, that would have been a Wednesday.
Right.
Okay? You responded to her by sending her some documents.
Right. Yes. And that because Alyssa alerted me that we had received this.
Okay.
And then I responded.
Right. And so Ms. Troubeau is claiming that those weren't responsive to our IDR.
Well, I believe they were, and I'm happy to go into my email because I save everything and pull up the original email if that's helpful.
Okay. Well, let me just ask Ms. Troubeau, is your let me formulate my question. Member Eldon, go ahead.
I mean, the only other things is like you were alluding to, auto responses can end up in spam folders. I'm not sure what email client you use. You don't need to tell me, but there's all sorts of filtering issues you can get there. At the same time, you should also your department should have some sort of record that the message was received. It should. The auto response doesn't say delete the email you received. It's just a response, right? So you should still have whatever was inbound. And you did. Okay, so.
Okay, if I may.
Yeah.
Okay. The documents that were sent are on page 236. Not documents, photos. These were not responsive. Oh, now this is a trick. She should have provided this to the task force, and it should be in the packet. To 239. These are photos. I asked for logbooks. So when I received this, I got, sent the wrong PDF attachment. If you're going to focus on this one specific email, why don't you look at the bigger picture? If this woman was away, why didn't the email say, I'm away from this date to this date? It doesn't. But nonetheless, I resent the same email several times in days afterwards. Doesn't that prove to you that not only did I not get the documents that I asked for, I got the wrong PDF attachment sent so many times. So, this is a trick that she does at the hearing. She's suddenly going to go in and look for the documents that she sent. She didn't go to the complaint committee. She didn't supply the documentations in the packet that she claimed to have sent. And she's here right now fishing, looking. It's just bad record keeping. This issue has come up over and over again. If it were one email that was sent that wasn't received, I could believe it. I could let it slide. But if you look at the timeline of how messed up this is, and she's providing an email, page 249, of Alyssa Ventre on May 12th and on August 22nd. Nowhere in there does it say, okay, thank you for your email, I'm away, I'm going to return on the 18th. It refers me to Howard Lazar, not Dong Shay whatever on August 22nd. It's just confusing.
No. What she's doing is she's basically saying, trying to just show us an example that Alyssa Ventre's auto reply is working. That's all it is, just an example, okay, that she just sent to somebody in the office just to show that whether it was working or not. If for some reason it wasn't working at all, okay, so because all she's saying is that it works. So there's something maybe on your end, or as Member Eldon was suggesting, that it may have gotten lost in the internet sauce somewhere.
But the burden isn't on me to go fishing, as in the previous.
Nobody's asking you to go fishing. We're just trying to get all the facts straight. That's all.
I've given you the facts at my expense. I printed out the same emails that over and over again, which is why these files are so thick.
Okay, Ms. Troubeau, we're trying to get to a determination on a specific complaint, okay? I need to ask our administrator, where is the complaint form for this?
It's via the email on 223. I
Okay.
believe.
I can't, I don't understand, what the complaint then is. I mean, not on, 223, it's not the complaint.
It's further. Let me find the page, and I will.
It's on page, what I see is page 224. It just says, "I've not received either response or acknowledgement to this email. I would like to file and schedule a hearing." But what exactly is the complaint?
Is it on page 221?
It's in various locations in this packet, but this is the basis of the complaint. This is the email that I received stating that she did not receive a response to the May 14th request for records, and I opened a complaint file based on that.
Okay, so is that right? Is that what we're here for? Is it only that there was no response from May 14th?
I did not receive an auto-away response. Eventually, on my own, in the days following, as you see in the timeline.
All I'm asking is, you filed an IDR on...
I didn't receive the
You didn't
documents I requested either. What she sent were some photos, which I cited the pages. I asked for logbooks.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, so this is the way I hear it, folks. I hear, one, that there was the lack of response, appropriate response to the original request. Whether or not auto-respond is enough or not, there wasn't a response to the IDR within the closing of the next business day, and two, that the documents received thereafter was not responsive to the original request. That's what I'm hearing here. Anybody hear anything different?
Well, I'm hearing that that's the complaint, but I'm also concerned that there were 3 other emails sent to the general email that's given out by the respondent, and they were never responded to.
Shall we get an answer to those?
Well,
I believe Ms. Patterson did say.
Okay.
We're not writing the complaint here, though. We're addressing what the complaint is.
Right, I'm a little confused as to where the issues of the complaint is, and I want to know from the complainant exactly what we're supposed to be adjudicating.
Well, right, but I mean, whatever we find out, it's not like, what are we going to do, write a new complaint that includes all of the information that we find as a result of that?
No, I'm not going on a fishing expedition. That's why I'm asking questions, to find out exactly what it is that she wants us to focus on. She wants us to focus on not receiving a response from the May 14th original IDR and the May 18th records that were received that were unresponsive.
I get it.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that, like, the onus isn't on us to figure out what the complaint should be, right? It's on us to respond.
No, that's not necessarily so. I mean, if somebody asked for something and didn't receive it, and all the information is not clear as to what it is, it's up to us to figure out what it is, whether what it is or not, or where or when.
But at some level, they are required to write a clear enough complaint that we know what we're trying to answer.
Well, that's true, but also it's why we have the complaint committee to ferret out these issues, which they have.
It's more of a European-style system of government. And just like, it just feels like we're doing Antrobo's work at some level here.
Well, I don't know. How do you have another suggestion? I mean,
ask her to file a clearer complaint that we can address more directly instead of figuring out for her.
Well, I think Member Kanata was pointing out in the timeline that the complainant had provided on page 233. Then there's a question, there's some objection to that by the respondent as to that timeline. So he's trying to find out. I mean, the question is if she's trying to get her information and she keeps sending, not getting a response, then you have multiple violations going on, okay? And if that's the case, then it's up to us to figure out what to do with that. We're not going on a fishing expedition. It's what's being presented to us. That's all we have to go on.
Okay.
All right, Member Kanata. I'm sorry, hold on. Member Josh Wolf, Vice Chair Hyland, then Member Kanata.
I'll pass.
Vice Chair Hyland. Member Kanata.
I think I asked this question before, though, Ms. Patterson. On the timeline.
Which timeline? I'm sorry.
Page 233, the complainant states that after receiving your May 18th response, let's assume, and I don't know what the facts are about the out of office notification, but if there was a response from the May 14th IDR on May 18th, the complainant says the information provided was not what was asked for, and then on May 19th, and she states that on May 19th, August 2nd, and August 5th, she sent the same IDR to your generic email address and has not received a response. And I believe before you said that you never received those.
I have my inbox open. I have the May 19th email open. If we can turn on the screen, I will show you everything I've got.
This should have been filed in the packet with the response. It does this every time. And it leaves you wondering what is going on.
Mr. Bowe, please.
To the chair.
He said, can you switch it?
She'll try and get the facts and evidence here. Facts straight. Member Moss?
Yeah, so I'm just sort of, this is all very confusing, of course, but I'm trying to look through this, and now I'm seeing a second IDR, that there's actually two IDRs in our packet that we're looking at. One that was filed on the 14th asking for inspections for May 1 through 14, and then the May 19th one seems to be covering May 14th through 18th.
Correct.
So now I'm.
Can you pages? What
Okay.
page?
So, well, I mean, everything's duplicated, but so on page 223 is the email dated Thursday, May 19th.
Which is, I'm showing you here.
Right. So
Okay.
she's actually got it up.
Okay.
Yeah, and here's my response with the attachments.
Okay.
And when was that response? What's the date of the response?
May 19th.
May 20th.
Oh, yeah, May 19th. That's what I thought was the original. Oh, that's not the original. Yeah, that's what I thought was the original.
No.
That was the wrong PDF that was sent.
I mean, I can open the PDFs if you want.
When I was asking for logbooks.
Yeah. I don't think we have the logbook in our packet.
We don't, and she never received.
Okay, can we not? It can only have one meeting at a time.
Can we open that logbook PDF?
Sure.
Okay.
Is that sufficient? Do you want me to keep going through? Sometimes I don't know if you want me to include printouts of all the attachments. So I'm sorry if this wasn't provided, but I've heard two conflicting things from this body.
Could you go back just to the email with that has these
Sure.
two attachments?
Sure.
And
Oh, hold on.
okay, and it's sent to.
So she asked for request all logbooks, photos, and advisory notes.
Right, and go up to the email it was sent to.
May 20th.
May 20th. Is that your email, Mr. Bowe? No, the two.
No, that's
No, this
not
is
your,
the
that's
one-
an email from her.
This is from Kay Patterson to you.
Yes.
Okay, so this was on the 20th. In your timeline, you said you never got a response to the 19th.
Because she doesn't provide anything. She just writes letters and it leaves you fishing.
But
That's why
did you receive this?
I don't think so. I mean, I would have to go back and spend an enormous amount of hours going through all this stuff again. The burden is on the respondent to submit the information in the packet.
Well, but Mr. Bowe, if you're stating to us that you never received these documents to an IDR that you sent on May 19th, and she sent it on a May 20th, and then you're telling us that you never received it, you don't know. I mean, it makes it very difficult for us.
It's extremely difficult for me.
In the
Well,
microphone, please.
this is your complaint, but this is your complaint.
I call Victor up sometime in tears and I say, Victor, if I don't respond, these files are going to be smaller.
Well, but it's not helping us help you, okay? And it's not going to help the public either, okay? Because we do have other cases that are standing by here.
Microphone, please.
In the microphone, please.
You
Member Wolf.
asked me the subject of this complaint. The subject is an IDR was sent on May 14th. It asks for specific information for a specific time period. Was that information supplied in a timely manner? No. Were the documents complete? No. That's my response.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Patterson, do you have the email you sent on the 18th with the attachments you sent?
That was my question, and yes, I'm good.
When Alyssa was back, I'm sorry, I would have received a notification from her on the 18th when she was back in the office. So.
Right. But according to the timeline, again, you responded on the 18th.
But please just let's go with the timeline that's based in fact, which I can show you in my inbox. I don't think that her timeline is reliable,
Okay.
as we've just proven. So
Go
I
on.
think it's really confusing
All right,
when
so-
you're pointing to things that either didn't happen or,
That's
you know.
fine, Ms. Patterson, we've got to move it along
Okay,
here.
so what would you like me to look for? Would you like me to find an email from Alyssa that was sent?
No,
Okay.
the email that you responded to for the 14th, for May 14th, the email after May 14th, according to her, you responded on May 18th
Okay.
with unresponsive records.
Okay, I'll look because I put everything in this folder that's related to her requests, and I don't see a May 18th email, which makes me think that one was not sent on the 18th, and that the official response regarding the request was on the 20th. But let me just review.
And what date did Ms. Ventre get back in the office?
She would have been back. She was out, I think, through the 17th, so she would have been back in the office on the 18th.
Okay.
All right, so I'll just search this. You want me to just search Tribou? Okay.
I am seeing in our packet that Ms. Patterson had sent an email on May 18th at 11:16 a.m. to Ms.
What
Tribou.
page?
Okay.
I am seeing a version of it on page 227. It is, and which Ms. Tribou had responded to. I mean, again, these are sort of like weirdly threaded.
Right. Yeah, so it does say May 18th at 11:16 a.m.
My vice president says that too.
Hold on.
Is it this one? This is the one I have on May 18th to her. I do. I see I have it.
Okay.
So here's
are there
her original.
Any attachments?
Request all video and audio of the May 16, 2016 incident. Is this the email? This is here. This is Wednesday, May 18th.
It'd be May 18th at 11:16.
Okay. I have May
Page
18th at
227.
11:19. Okay, let me just look
Yeah,
here.
it says the following is a response to IDR of May 14th. Please note this request was sent on Saturday, May 14th to
Okay.
program assistant.
Oh, okay.
Your request
Okay.
for the logbooks. See the attached PDS of street artist program directors, inspectors logbooks.
Okay, I'll look again. I'm not sure why it's not in here. But I'll check the Paula folder. I don't.
One up.
One up? This is the
No,
521. Yeah, sorry. I don't know why. Let me see if it's in here. No.
Wait, because what's interesting is this is an email from Ms. Trabeau with that looks like it was forwarded from her from the original email from you.
Okay, then I can look for her. Well, I don't have anything for that date. And like I said, unless I accidentally deleted it, I literally file everything that to and from her and me.
Well, nonetheless, yeah, okay. Well, it doesn't say, it would say.
Yeah, it is chronological. I mean,
actually,
you can see.
May 18th at 11:18 a.m.
Actually, let me do this. If we go to, let's focus on this for a second. Okay? Page 227 is a response from Ms. Patterson. Folks, page 227 is in the content, in this message from Ms. Trabeau to Ms. Patterson, the August 2nd. If you go down to where it's copied, you see first on May 18th from Ms. Patterson to Ms. Trabeau. You request the logbooks, inspections from May 1st to May 14th. And if you go to the bottom of page 228, there is
correct.
A attachment notification showing inspector's logbook of May 1st to the 14th, and then the monitoring report of May 1st to the 14th. Which means that she had to have received it.
But my question was, let's see what was in those PDFs.
Okay. Right. I need you to speak. If you could please speak in the microphone.
Let's see, what else could this be?
This hearing is no different from the hearings of 3 years ago.
Can we just keep to the point?
Keep to the point. Once again, I did an IDR. It's a late response. This is clearly a record-keeping issue. The onus is on the respondent to provide copies of the documents that she sent, include them in the packet with the task force, so that everybody is clear. We can refer to the pages, what was sent, what was not sent, and what's missing. And so instead, we're left here waiting for her to do whatever she's going to do.
Okay, so let me just ask you, you sent on May 14th, I see, if you go to page 227.
Yes.
Okay? If you look, we're going to go from the bottom up because that's the way the chronology works.
Yep.
You start on page 228.
Yep.
May 14th.
Yep.
Okay? And then she responds on May 18th. Okay? But if you look at the bottom of page 228, you see where it says there? Inspector's logbook, PDF, monitoring. That shows that two attachments were sent. Did you receive those?
No, I did not, which is why I continued to send the same request. And you see on page 227, in Patterson's response, she's reminding me to send all public record requests to their generic email, which is exactly what I did.
Go ahead.
They have a problem with emails. It's been going on for a long time.
We're just got to get to the point here.
Ms. Patterson, I noticed you opened up that 5/18/2016 email right there that you have highlighted. Is there an attachment attached to that? Well, not that one. That was weird.
Yeah, click open that little handle, right, and then scroll down. There you go. Right, that one. There you go.
No, that's the timeline.
No, we sent her a
again.
copy of timesheet. No.
Here we are.
Yeah.
So is there an attachment there? That is actually the IDR that's referenced in our.
Thank you.
In our, there's two IDRs that are asked, as Member Moss mentioned earlier. There's two IDRs that are both asking for the logbook with a different set of dates. One's the 1st through the 14th, I believe, and the second is the 14th through the 18th. You earlier showed us the response that has the PDF with the 14th to the 18th, but it's still unclear whether or not the logbook for the 1st through the 14th was ever sent to Ms. Trabeau.
This is not the email.
No.
This is not the email.
It's not. This is a different matter.
That's
This
a
is not the
different matter.
logbooks.
Yeah, we're looking for the one that says this.
Sorry about
following-
that.
The following is in response to your May 14th.
We did, I believe in my letter, I stated that we had already sent her the earlier one, so I'll find that one to show you.
Either way, the question becomes, again, May 14th, IDR was sent. It was a Saturday. By the end of Monday, the next business day, no response. A response was sent on the 18th to me in here. It's copied, but that is an official stamp of attachments.
What is the official stamp of it?
At the bottom of the paragraph on 228, it says Inspector's Logbook, May 1st to the 14th, 2016.pdf. And then there's another one, a monitoring report, same date, redacted. Okay? Those are specific stamps when show
It's not me.
that there were specific stamps, that there were attachments to that particular message. No, this is from Ms. Patterson on the 18th.
So,
All right, well, so there's people waiting. Do you want to end this and make a motion?
Nope, I'm just.
Ms. Trabeau, can you approach the microphone? All right, so we've got this odd thing to unravel, but at the end of the day, what documents are you still waiting for?
Well, I made an IDR because I needed the information quickly. There was a hearing coming up, and I wanted to see what was going on. And, it was a simple request that could have taken less than 10 minutes, simple and routine. Instead, it became a mishmash of a bunch of nonsense. So in that IDR of May 14th, the reason why the document request was not satisfied is because I did not.
No, Ms. Trabeau, I understand where the injustice that you've brought up is coming from. Unfortunately, and I understand that you needed these documents right away. Unfortunately, we can't rewind time and make it so you had them in time.
Of course.
So at this point, are there any documents that you still want a copy of from the arts Commission, thank you, that you don't have related to this request? I know there's a number of documents you've requested from them, but on this subject matter, do you have everything that you want at this point in time?
I never received the this email attachment that was alleged.
Okay, do you still want it?
No.
Is there anything that you haven't received that you still want?
You know, it's the principle of the thing. It's like opening a can of worms, going down this really strange road, and investing so much time and trying to fish through it. Sure, of course, I'd like to see the documents that I requested.
All right, I'm just gonna stop this. This has gone on way too long. There's two things that we can do here, okay? I'm saying I only see one violation at this point, and that is for the May 16th IDR, the response didn't come in time. That's the only one. Or if you're still interested in figuring out what's going on here, I'll refer it back to complaints and let them figure it out and then have it come back to us. I don't think it's a good choice of our time to continue going down. This is exactly what happens when complaints at the complaint process are not being ferreted out for all the information, all the documents. We end up in this place, okay? And we shouldn't be here. So that's my admonishment to the task force on this. So chairs, when you're doing complaints, let's make sure that we get this straight, because otherwise we are spending a lot of people's time. It's not so much ours, but it's the public's and staff at the same time. So, two choices. Which one would you want us to do? You can make a motion, or I'll refer it back to complaints. The question is what do you want out of this?
So, sorry.
Go on. Member Moss.
Does this have to go back to complaints? Because we're talking next week at compliance and amendments about the out of office general issue, and this.
That's not the issue here.
Okay.
That's not really at issue here. I mean, the question is there's no way to figure out whether internet was down, so that even though an auto response may have been sent, we don't know if there's a log or anything like that. That hasn't been presented to us. So, Member Eldon.
Just for sake of clarity, could you recap what the violation would be from the May 16th issue?
That would be timeliness. 6725, that the IDR was not responded to within the next business day.
Because that was only the autoresponder that she didn't receive.
She didn't, yeah. Nobody called, nobody responded.
I'll make a motion for 6725, timeliness.
I'll second.
Moved by Member Highland, second by Member Hinsey. Any further discussion on this? Let's get some public comment. Huh? Oh, we haven't done rebuttals. I'm sorry. Let's do that.
I thought we did.
I thought we
No,
did.
we didn't. We were still on facts and evidence.
The previous one had rebuttals.
All right, so let's hold off on the motion.
So again, I just want to restate that the original IDR came on a Saturday, which is our office is closed on a Saturday, and it went to one staff member who was out on vacation, who had an active auto response indicating who any member of the public should contact in her absence with a request. Mr. Boo did not follow up with the designated person, and so consequently, when this person came back from vacation, she discovered this request, and then we responded accordingly. So I find it difficult to find the Arts Commission at fault, when we don't know, because someone's out of the office, that a request has been made. I do feel like there's some responsibility on the requester's part to follow the instructions in the out of office to make sure that they get the information in a timely fashion. So I don't know how else to resolve that. But we do always have a backup indicated, and whether or not Mr. Boo got the out of office, and there's no way for me to prove that, but I did provide proof that it was activated. Thanks.
Mr. Boo, 3 minutes.
To quickly sum up, you can see she cannot come up with any evidence to support her whatever. She didn't appear at the complaint committee. She did not supply any documents in a packet. She didn't supply a response. We are just left here waiting for her to fish through emails, which she can't even come up with one shred of evidence to support her claim. This is a violation of 6725A through E, in my opinion, because I did my bit. I left a message on this person's answering machine. It did not refer me elsewhere, and it didn't say that that person was even gone. The burden is not on the requester. The burden is on the department. And this, whatever this is chaos. I don't know how you're going to fix it, but it's a waste of everybody's time. It's a waste of money. I feel like I'm banging my head up against the wall. This could have been satisfied in 10 minutes.
Okay. Back to the motion.
So just to find a motion of lack of timeliness, just responding to something Ms. The Arts Commission, that email could have been forwarded to a backup person instead of just...
No, it couldn't because it's auto reply, and depending upon the email client that you're using, the program, it may not allow that.
Yeah, but someone could be monitoring. I mean, and
Well, like I said, a log file of what was sent would have been...
Anyhow, my motion stands
Okay.
as stated.
All right. I have Member Eldon. Did you have something you want to say? No. Member Moss and Member Joshua.
So, when we're making this motion, is this a motion against Kate Patterson and the Arts Commission as filed in the complaint? Because I don't know that I see that Ms. Patterson had actually did what we would be finding a violation of. I mean, if it was limited to the Arts Commission, that seems more appropriate because
I think both are named.
Right, but if you're finding a violation against Ms. Patterson, she did respond as soon as she saw it.
Okay. Do you want to amend the motion to be clear on who the focus is?
Amended
to
just the commission.
Okay. Is the second agree? Okay. Okay. Member Josh Wolf.
So I'm very sympathetic to what Ms. Patterson was saying about how there was this autoresponder. It's also on the way that the Sunshine Task Force is written, like autoresponders don't come into play in terms of the actual process. Member Moss mentioned that the compliance and amendments is going to be looking at this issue of out of office, and I think there is definitely some need for the Sunshine Task Force to provide direction to the cities about best practices to avoid this issue, whether it's that emails, when you turn on the autoresponder, should have a forwarder built into them, or whether basically everyone needs to have two people checking their emails when they're gone. But I think this does point to a larger systemic problem that we should address as the task force later on. In terms of the sort of simple timeliness violation, I think it's there, but it's in a very ambiguous zone that we should build policy to prevent from happening in this way in the future.
Yeah, I actually have a solution for this, but I don't think it's an appropriate time to discuss it right now. But I think when we have that discussion, we could set up a memo to the city family on how to deal with this kind of issue with regards to auto-responding. And it doesn't even involve dealing with auto-responding at all. Auto-response could be sent and all that, but there's another way, I think, to deal with this. Okay. Any other discussion on this? Public comment on the motion? Seeing no public comment, call the roll.
On the motion, Member Canada. As to find a violation of 67.25 regarding timeliness of the response.
Against the Art Commission only.
Against the Arts Commission.
Aye.
Canada, aye. Member Fisher. Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Parnensky, absent. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Cooper absent. Tesfa excused. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Let's call the next item. Oh, okay. All right, let's take a, sorry, folks, we're going to need to take a 10-minute break. No more, please. Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'm number 10 on the item. The other person isn't here. I do have to leave. I've been here 4 hours.
Yeah, I understand.
No, but my car's going to get towed if I don't get out of here. I'm sitting here 4 hours for...
After 6, you're okay.
The other complainant isn't even here.
I know, we wanted to deal with this as a body. Yeah. Yeah, can you wait 10 minutes? And then we'll deal with it accordingly.
May we go on recess at this time?
Yes.
Oh.
No, well, people are, we're still here. Okay, no, let's stay on. Let's deal with this at this time. Okay, so we want to take out of order. No, I'm sorry. We have to deal with this particular one because it will alleviate a lot of the issues with the agenda. The item number 10, the complainant is not here, and it was due to some issues regarding ADA accommodations. So the question would be, do we want to continue the item or dispose or send it back to committee or so that it could be can be dealt with?
Vice Chair, the gentleman here is with the respondent.
Mayor's Office of Housing.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and was ADA accommodation made for the...
No, it's not for him. It's not his responsibility.
I would like to, I can comment. We did make arrangements for ADA accommodations. However, upon asking questions on accommodations, we received the
last-minute cancellation.
Last-minute cancellation with some unusual language. And I would just like to say that Ms. Sophie DeAnda has a history of asking for accommodations and not showing up to our meetings.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear.
My name is Eugene Flannery.
No, because the question would be whether we wanted to hear the case without the complainant. Because it was already heard in committee.
I actually think...
I would say let's hear it without her being here because there is some history, and this gentleman has been waiting. If we can dispense with this item satisfactorily without her being here, I say we at least take a look at it.
That's
my.
the first, I'm
So
sorry.
do you want to take this out of order?
Yeah, I would. I'll move to take it out of order.
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to take item 10 out of order to be heard now. It's been seconded by Vice Chair Hyland. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. Any public comment? So you need to speak in the microphone.
But I represent the department.
No, not you. Not you.
Yeah, you can go.
Okay. Can we take this by acclamation? Okay, seeing no objection? Okay. Sir? Okay, so let's first find jurisdiction.
I'm here with the item.
Okay, go ahead, please.
File number 16094, complaint filed by Sophia DeAnda against the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section C7.21 by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and or complete manner. It is my understanding that Sophia DeAnda made a request for records regarding a nonprofit agency's attendance records regarding her. The department responded that they did not have those records, and they referred the request to the nonprofit in question, who has stated that they did provide the records to her, or her.
Okay. Okay, so we need a motion for jurisdiction.
So moved.
Moved by Vice Chair Hyland. Second by Member Hinsey. Any public comment? Seeing none, Can we take this by acclamation? Seeing no objections, motion passes. Okay. We don't have the complainant here, so we'll let the respondent speak 5 minutes.
Thank you.
And with our apologies.
Did this come out of
I
complaints?
appreciate your consideration.
Come out of complaints.
Eugene Flannery for the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development. One, I'd like to preface my statement by saying Ms. DeAnda has done this repeatedly, has filed complaints against our office that have no basis in fact or in reality, does not show up, takes a great deal of our time. We do everything we can to assist her in her search for information. She has asserted baseless allegations about our bias against transgenders, against veterans, and against people with disabilities. That is not the case. Absolutely not the case. It is fatiguing. It is a drain on our department. And I think it is a waste of your time. Secondly, our department does not keep client records. We are not a service provider. If we did keep them, we would not be able to disclose them, neither to this commission nor to anyone else. So we don't have the records Ms. DeAnda requested. We let her know where she could get them. She did obtain them from the LGBT Center for the course that she attended, those classes that she attended. She did request documents of all correspondence, and she didn't make that the basis of our complaint, but since there is no correspondence, we sent her a copy of every progress report from the agency for the past year. I don't see any basis for this complaint. I think the fact that Ms. DeAnda makes these complaints and fails to follow up on them says something about the merits of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence for the complainant or the respondent? I didn't ask for that before. Seeing none, okay. Are you providing evidence on behalf of one of the parties?
No, I'll do it then.
Okay. Vice Chair Hyland.
Through the chair, this went through EOTC.
Yes.
Was there any comment from anybody of those that were there?
It went through the complaint.
Okay.
On the agenda, it says EOT.
That's a misprint because I have no record.
My apologies.
That's
It went through complaint?
It went through complaint.
Okay. They're recommending no violation.
Anybody on that committee want to add anything?
That was,
Member
Victor
Lindsay.
gave a very accurate summary.
Sorry?
Victor gave a
Very accurate. Okay, great. Okay, so rebuttals. Do you have any rebuttal? No. Okay. Is there a motion?
Motion to find no violence.
Second.
Moved by Member Hensy, second by Vice Chair Hyland. Any further discussion on the motion?
Not 100%, but through whether this is on the motion, but through the chair, given that this has been a ongoing issue with this complainant, that we move to schedule any future hearings at the top of the meeting so that if they don't show up, we can dispose of it quickly and not antagonize city staff when really there was no need for them to be here.
Through the chair, if I can respond to that. I think maybe that would be nice in theory, but we also have to follow the order of which complaints come in. As you can see, we try and stick to that in fairness too. But I think the complaint committee can really maybe go one step further. And this question I want to ask the chair, can a complaint committee, is the most they can do is just forward to us with recommendation of no violation, or can they actually refuse it to be heard at the full committee? Do they have that power?
They don't.
No.
Okay, all right.
They don't. The thing is, it's a case is a case is a case, whether the complainant is here or not. The fact that the complainant said that they wanted to cancel, not quite sure what that means. Cancel? Does that mean withdraw the case, or it means a continuance? Does it mean, what does it mean? So either way, that we have the ability to hear cases whether or not the parties are here or not, if we find that there is merit to it or not, okay? And so I didn't imagine that things would go on for this long tonight, but my thought was that we would get to this particular point whether or not it happened at the beginning of the meeting or at the end of the meeting, this would have been the same outcome either way. Okay? All right. Is there, again, public comment on the motion?
I wish that I had been dealing with that department, somebody that you can actually communicate with, someone who's actually made something and come in here with documents. That's how things are supposed to go. So I think it's great.
Okay, please call the roll.
On that motion, to find no violation, Member Fisher. Fisher, aye. Member Hensy.
Aye.
Hensy, aye. Member Baryanetsky, absent. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Tesfa, excused. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Please call the next item.
Next on the agenda, item number 9, file number 16078, complaint filed by Antrebo against Kate Patterson and Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.25 by failing to respond to a media disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. The committee, upon discussion of the matter, Mr. Poe stated that in regards to the documents provided, there's 3 issues at stake. Regarding the full file of Maria Sky, I believe there was a name change of Maria Sky, and there was an issue of documents regarding Maria Sky under her previous names were not provided. I'm just guessing at that portion. Email's correspondence regarding Barbara Scalar and enforcement action of Fame Thiem. In regards to the last item, the Arts Commission, I believe, stated that it didn't have any records responsive to Ms. Thiem.
Tim.
However, Mr. Bowe alleges that this person has been associated with Arts Commission for many, many years, and they should have something.
Okay. Find jurisdiction.
So moved.
Moved by Member Kanata.
Seconded.
Seconded by Member Moss. Public comment. Seeing no public comment, could we take it by acclamation? Seeing no objection, so approved. Mr. Boo.
Okay, these are violations of 6725A, the late response, and California Public Records Act 6253C, because I didn't get all the records that I asked for. The timeline is in your packet. I did it twice, page 269 and 270, and then 271 to 272. So the timeline, the RDR was sent to Howard Lazar on August 2nd. On August 5th, Patterson invoked an extension. August 9th, she starts off by sending another installment. Another installment implies what? Was there a previous one? How many are coming? And here we go down the rabbit hole. So that was 150 pages that was not relevant to their request. Not by any means. I actually I copied it, which is why this file is so thick. There were only 3 pages in that thing that were even remotely relevant. I asked for specific documents, emails between this person and the Arts Commission, not generic nonsense, which are T-shirt sizes, invites to various things going on, a lot of repetitive paperwork, which is very tedious to go through. So that beginning another installment became confusing. So I emailed back saying, what are you talking about, basically, and why are you sending me the same thing twice? So now I have 522 pages of irrelevant information. It's a waste of time, money, trees, paper, everything. August 10th, she claims to have sent a PDF on this person, Maria Sky, and what she did was make a mistake, and she sent the same Scholar file saying, I don't know what happened. So that is now becoming more than 600 pages of the same nonsense. August 10th, she again sends the same Scholar files instead of Patterson. So August 12, she sends the next installment. If she even had said, this is 1 of 3, this is 2 of 3, you could begin to track it or make sense, but we don't get any of that. So in total, I received 686 pages of basically the same file, which is irrelevant. So on August 31st, Patterson writes her 3-page single-space letter to the Sunshine Task Force, but I'm not even copied on it. And that letter is in here, and it begins on page 280, 280, 281, and 282. So what I really take issue with is this letter. I asked for 3 bullet point things. Not one of them were satisfied. If you have people that are in a program for 25 years or more, you might expect a file to be about 200 pages. They might include disciplinary records, renewal payments, letters, anything. 25 years of these 2 people that I requested files on. So, of course, they have responsive files. And to say that Maria Sky, they didn't know that she was Maria Hillis. It was a joke because Howard Lazar attended her reception, which was here in City Hall. And Maria Sky regularly calls Howard Lazar, and he calls her back within seconds. I've been there. I've seen it myself. So I find that absolutely unbelievable. And then on page 281, she goes completely off the rails, and she goes into personal slander. The bottom paragraph is complete slander. The last paragraph is complete slander, completely made up. She copies the city attorney, Margaret Baumgardner. I already, by that time, saw Margaret Baumgardner in the state court where I beat that case, so I find it unbelievable that Margaret Baumgardner would even have advised her or looked over this type of letter. So the documents were not received. I can tell you which ones specifically at rebuttal.
Hold on. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant? Seeing none, go ahead.
Okay, so this was kind of a wild and woolly one, so bear with me. So, yes, we did invoke an extension given the volume of records that were requested. So I'll sort of just take one chunk of information at a time. So in my initial response on August 5th, we invoked the extension, and so the first item I would say is the full file for Maria Sky, which we provided. I have not been with the Street Artist Program for 40 years, so I don't even know this person, so I was not aware that what her history was, and that she had another name while she was enrolled in the history. So we gave her all the Maria Sky files, and then later on, when we got the complaint and I was drafting the letter, I double-checked with them, and I was like, is there anything else on this person? If I didn't know until that point that she had been in the program that long. And then, Alyssa said that she had just learned that she had a maiden name, and that was Hillis, and then I advised her to go to the offsite storage. So it wasn't known to me that there would be other files under another name for the same person. But in any case, we eventually did give those files to Mr. Boo. And then with regard to Commissioner Sklar and all of that correspondence, Ms. Trabue is correct. There were a lot of repetitive emails. I asked all the staff members who correspond with Commissioner Sklar to provide the emails to me. I did not collate them or eliminate duplicates because I don't have time to do that. That's not, I think I'm providing the records she requested. I'm not organizing them for her. And then in terms of how the information was distributed, I was of the understanding that while we invoke the extension, we need to make the files available as soon as we have them. So thus, I sent multiple emails with various attachments, all of them distinct, none of them repetitive, with the exception of one accidental mistake where I meant to send a file about Maria Sky and sent a file regarding Barbara Sklar, which I apologize for and corrected. So then the third item is the files about Fama Tam. And in our initial request, we asked for clarification again, a clarification which we never received about which files she was actually looking for. And if it is true, and I can attest to this because I have not managed the Street Arts program for 40 years and don't know these people personally, if she had been in the program for some time, you can imagine that that file would also be voluminous, and it would help to have clarification as to which documents she was looking for. So I would say where there was perhaps some culpability on our part is that, in our scramble to get the files and the records responsive to this request to Mr. Boo as fast as we could, we didn't necessarily follow up on the request for items from about Fama Tam. But again, Mr. Boo never clarified what exactly she was looking for, which I think would have prompted us to hone in on those exact records. Let's see. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are any persons or witnesses provide any additional facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, seeing none. Folks, it's on us. Vice Chair Howland.
I just want to point out to the members of the task force that have not been here as long as I have and others, you will see, unfortunately, several epic, adversarial relationships. This is one of them. And it was started with Mr. Boo and Mr. Lazar, and then forwarded on to Ms. Patterson-Murphy. Earlier, you saw one before between Blackman and Hartz, and Warfield and the Library Commission, et cetera, et cetera. The point of bringing this up is that it gets very hard to focus in on what we're trying to do here, which is stick to the letter of the complaints and the law and kind of really sift through and find what has been violated. But I would say to the complainants, Mr. Pooh in particular, and we've had this conversation before, you said something earlier about just for the principle of it. And you know what? There are people here like that gentleman that waited for 4 hours just for the principle of it. There's good work to be done by this committee. Right? And I'm just saying, I would just ask you to consider that in your future dealings. That's all. Thank you. No, that's not a question to you. I just wanted to kind of lay that out there.
Yeah, I have a few questions. So it seems like the initial IDR was sent on August 2nd, which was a Tuesday at 10:07 p.m.? Okay. And
microphone, please.
And in the email, Ms. Patterson, the email in response from Mr. Lazar on the 5th, it said that the email was emailed to Mr. Lazar, 10:07 on Tuesday, August 2nd. He was out of the office on Wednesday, so he didn't get to it till Thursday and returned it on Friday. Again, was there an out-of-office, Ms. Patterson, was there an out-of-office response? Or how did this get handled? Because it should have been handled by the end of day on the 4th.
Sure, I don't disagree with that. I mean, I did not go into the weeds on the out-of-office issue, so I can't provide you with yet another example of an out-of-office that was received by a colleague to indicate that it was on. I mean, So, I mean, I could try to find one, but I mean, I don't want to waste your
No, I
time.
don't want
So, yeah.
Okay.
Anybody else? Move to rebuttals? Okay. Ms. Patterson, you have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
I don't think I have anything further to add. Thank you.
Mr. Boo, 3 minutes for rebuttal.
I asked for specific information, which I did not receive. Page 288 of your packet shows an inspector logbook for Wednesday, so it gives you pause to wonder, was Howard Lazar in his office on that day? I didn't get an out-of-office email, so, once again, there's all that. There's the late response, of course, and then the specific documents. Once again, Patterson did not include in the packet what she claims to have sent. 20 pages of the same page of Maria Sky does not constitute a complete file. Once again, I did supply, I asked for the full file of FAMA-TAM. That's self-evident. They wanted clarification, so I repeated what I was asking for. I didn't think that there needed to be more, so that was not sent and not included in the file. This Barbara Scalar thing, was there any more stuff? I have no way of knowing. Out of 600 and some pages that were sent, 3 were remotely relevant to the IDR. So once again, you have this extremely thick packet, which is very time-consuming on my part, expensive, and annoying, actually. And I would not call this any type of relationship, much less adversarial or not. And like Ray Hart's, when you look at her response of that 3-page document, she's talking about redactions. There was no mention of redactions in the IDR or in any part of this correspondence. So where is that coming from? Out of her own head, I suppose. And then why is she constantly zinging at me when I don't even know this woman and she hasn't bothered to consult with the city attorney? By then, the opinion had issued. There was no restraining order. There was nothing. The thing was reversed. Ms. Trudeau's history of contacting commissioners via their personal phones, emails, and showing up at their residences and places of work. Oh, my God, where is this coming from? And then commissioners' public email addresses. I didn't ask for that. It wasn't part of the IDR. And then she talks about a violation of a restraining order. And then she copies Margaret Baumgartner. I mean, this is a walk on the wild zone. Specifically, the documents were not provided for me. She didn't show up at the complaint committee. She made no effort to submit the documents of what she claims to have sent. And of course, this committee would like to hear good things. We'd all like to have a happy response. We'd all like to say, okay, let's bury the hatchet, whatever it is. But when you get this in writing and it winds up on the internet, oh.
Okay, members, motion, discussion, go on.
Through the chair, Mr. Bowe, question for you. So we've already, I think we're going to move that it was late.
Yes.
Parts 2 and 3, have you that now received?
I have not received. And the matter of the draft agenda, which I find distressing, I received a draft agenda for an upcoming meeting next week. So why would there not be a draft agenda for the specific one I requested previously?
Request a draft agenda for the next street artisan advisory meetings. What date are you referring to there?
I didn't know when it was because they don't tell you. So
the next one coming up.
I did receive it because I walked into the office and asked for it in person. And believe me, that was very humbling to have to do that.
Okay, so you've received 600 pages of documents in the last 6 months. So I would assume you've probably had time to go through those and see what was responsive to your original request.
Nothing was. And then the same PDF attachment was sent 5 times.
Okay, well, I
did
think
not
at this point I have to take the word of Ms. Patterson Murphy that she has, sent those materials. So I'm willing to make a motion for a violation of 6725, but that's all.
Second.
Okay.
Moved by Chair Hyland, Vice Chair Hyland, second by Member Hensy. Any discussion? Any public comment? Should we go to a vote? Let's go to a vote.
Yes. Member Hensy.
Aye.
Hensy, aye. Member Barnetsky, absent. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Testfair, excused. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher. Fisher, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Thank you. Please call the next item.
Next on the agenda is item number 11, file number 16090, complaint filed by Sean Mooney against Assessor Recorder's Office for allegedly writing Administrative Code Section 67.21B for failure to respond to public requests in a timely and complete manner. In summary of this matter, the Assessor Recorder's Office has acknowledged that the response to the request for records was late due to the voluminous and complex nature of the complaint. However, Mr. Mooney has acknowledged that he has received all of the records he has requested, and I don't believe he is here tonight. And back to the Assessor Recorder, they have stated that they have learned from this experience and a type of request for records and has improved their process to improve their ability to be timely in the future.
Thank you. Let's find by jurisdiction.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Member Hensy, second by Vice Chair Hyland. Any discussion? Any public comment? Can we take this by acclamation? Seeing no...
Do we have the respondent here?
We do. We'll find out in a moment. Let's just get through jurisdiction. No objection for jurisdiction. Passed by acclamation. Okay. What parties do we have here?
Mr. McCaffrey from the Assessor Recorder's Office.
Okay, great. And Mr. Mooney's not here?
He is not here at the moment.
Okay. So we'll move ahead. Okay. Let me just ask, any persons or witnesses providing facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant? Seeing none. Respondent, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, members. My name is McCaffrey from the Office of the Assessor Recorder, and the clerk's office summarized the situation well. I think the last time I was in front of one of the subcommittees, we talked about the nature of the request, which was voluminous, and that we tried to do our best in staying in contact with Mr. Mooney, that it would be longer than the standard 10 days for us to be compliant with his request. That being said, we did our best to be compliant in a reasonable time, and in communication that I've submitted to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force in the past that Mr. Mooney was CC'd on, I included a timeline on improvements that we've made and that we will continue to make moving forward. And I just wanted to say thank you for the Sunshine Task Force support in helping to work with our office as well as Mr. Mooney to ensure that the requests that he submits are well organized and not as voluminous as they have been in the past, but useful in a way that we can kind of work through them piecemeal to make sure that we are responsive in an appropriate time frame within the 10 days. So again, thank you for all of your help, and I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Very good. Hold on a minute. Any persons or witnesses provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Seeing none. Vice Chair Hyland.
Again, just for the members, the rest of the task force who may not have been here, this issue goes back about a couple of years, I think. And the crux of it is that the Office of the Assessor has their information arranged in such a way that is very difficult to provide, to be responsive to Mr. Mooney's very detailed and specific requests. That's the first piece. Mr. McCaffrey has worked hard on many occasions to streamline that process. And I would like to ask this last request of information. I know you kind of did it on a rolling timeline. how many weeks, months did this take compared to original cases in the past with Mr. Mooney?
Sure, absolutely. So as Member Highland mentioned, that this complaint is actually rolled into from previous ones, so it's been going on for a couple of years. But I will refer to a request that Mr. Mooney made on September 7th, and I'm just going to outline a quick run of correspondence between myself and Mr. Mooney. So on September 7th...
Sorry, let me just stop you there. Can you refer to this particular request that this complaint is about and give us a timeline on that? Is that what you're referring to?
So,
because
does it apply?
That's hard to do, simply because the file number 16090, although that item has been satisfied for what Mr. Mooney requested, he has continued to state that the concept of us being delinquent in providing any type of record is where the problem stood. And so he continued to submit public records requests, and our office continued to satisfy them as timely as possible, so they continued to just...
Because I remember last time, we satisfied 3 cases at once, and then he started talking about another case. I'm like, nope, you have to go back and submit a formal complaint for that if it is indeed late. Is that the result of this, potentially? I don't know if it... Or there's been so many that you don't know.
That, unfortunately, there is.
Okay.
It is challenging for me to keep track.
I just have a quick question before you state that. Was this complaint, was the request in IDR, was it an immediate disclosure request from Mr. Mooney? It was a regular request?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
To which you responded and stated a timeline of when you're going to be responsive.
Got it.
That is correct.
And it's that timeline that I'm curious. Has that timeline decreased since original timeline?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And that is, if I may, just explain that a little bit more. And so I would say if you go back a year ago, it did take our office probably between, I'm going to estimate here, probably 3 to 6 months to satisfy the request by Mr. Mooney. And as Member Highland mentioned, the reason for that delay was due to our property tax system, which is extremely outdated. It does not run like your typical property tax or like your database today where you can run regular reports. It takes time. It's extremely convoluted. And then it also requires our office to go through those reports and then submit them to the city attorney, because there is confidential information included in those reports, for them to review them, for us to then bring those back, put it into a format that is usable for the requester, and then send off. So when I refer back to the multiple month process, it was probably 3 to 6. Earlier, I would say in September of 2016, he submitted 2 requests to us. One request was satisfied in a month, and the second request was then satisfied within a following month. So it was about 30 days per request. So we cut it down from multiple months to 1 month. And then as recent as November 3rd, Mr. Mooney then requested additional information from our office, and then we sent that within days. It was actually November 3rd was when the request was received, to November 16th is when we satisfied the request. So it's an indication of our office continuing to provide improvements, to implement improvements, to show that we are doing the best we can, that although a year ago we were at multiple months, in 2016, close of 2016, we got down to 30 to 15 days, and we hope to continue to improve.
Member Eldon.
Have you been making software upgrades, or how are you able to do that?
Sure. So the software upgrades is another challenge, and I could spend a lot of time talking about that. The software challenge that we have in our office is the system is currently, it's AS400, it's a property tax system. It is a legacy system. So for what that means is sometimes jargon. It is a green screen computer that we used pretty much in the 90s. And so we're still using that version. So when you're kind of thinking about what this looks like, it's almost as if instead of thinking about email where we saw before where you can click and click, you have to go through each file almost as if it's an index card. So you're scrolling 1. So it's extremely challenging.
Like command line.
Yeah, exactly. But to the question around what are the solutions, Assessor Recorder Carmen Chu is in the midst of working on a solution right now. What that consists of is advocating with the Board of Supervisors to reserve resources from the budget process to make sure we have enough money to commit to a replacement system. The replacement system, I will just kind of close with this, is a multi-million-dollar system. There have been counties that have spent as much as 30 million. There have been counties that have spent as much as 50 million. So it is a long-term process that we are undertaking right now. We have received some resources from the Board of Supervisors. The assessor's working on that.
Mr. McCaffrey, let me suggest this, and you can transmit this to the assessor, Chu. Anything that would provide far better access for any department. We're dealing with a lot of departments with legacy software, and part of it is because collecting the data, and so much of it is very complex and complicated for so long. It's very hard to convert that into something else that will work in a visual interface that we planning has done an okay job, and we know that the Mayor's Office of Innovation has had a number of kind of coders and residents to try to help with this issue. Anything that would help the public get access to public information in a more self-facilitated type of way, I think we can all say we're in support of that. We do write reports, and I will, in my term, write more reports than previous chairs to the Board of Supervisors for support on these types of things. So if you want to provide us with a kind of executive summary of what you're trying to do and how it might provide the public with a better service, I think we can have a discussion about whether to include that in our communications to the Board of Supervisors.
I greatly appreciate that offer. I will absolutely follow up and work with the chair and whoever the appropriate individual is to make sure that we continue the conversation on that topic. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, back to the subject. Vice Chair Howland. Do you have your hand up, Member Kanata? Okay.
Just referring to the letter from Mr. Mooney. Further, I have...
What page?
Page 1 of our packet. Page 2 of our... page 654. Page 2 of our packet, 654, is the actual page number. But there's a letter there or an email there from Sean Mooney saying, I do not have any new information. Further, I have received now the records requested from the assessor office. Jumping ahead, I'm unable to attend the meeting. There's no purpose for me to attend the meeting as there is only now the issue of timeliness or not timeliness to decide. My thought on this is, and this is something I was going to bring up, but maybe at the end of the meeting for future notes and whatnot, I'd love to institute a policy where if we have ruled on a department for certain violations and they've made improvements in that area, to then go back to violations before that date on a fishing expedition, to have some sort of policy statement about that. I mean, we've had discussions about that too. This is not the case here because this is all looking forward. But my inclination here is not to find a violation. We've already found violations for timeliness from this complainant. They've clearly made some improvements. Do we need to put this in just for the record? I don't think so. That's just my position.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, thank you, Mr. McCaffrey. If there's no other comment, do you have any rebuttal? There's been no other discussion. Mr. McCaffrey, do you have any rebuttal based upon anything more you want to say?
I do not.
Okay, great. Thank you. Seeing that there is no complainant here for rebuttal, is there a motion?
Motion to find no violation.
I'll second that.
Moved by Member Hensy, second by Vice Chair Hyland. Discussion? Seeing none. Public comment? Seeing no public for public comment. Let's move to a vote.
On the motion, Barnensky absent. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
No.
Wolf, no. Copra absent. Member Tesfa excused. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hensy.
Aye.
Hensy, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McCaffrey.
Thank you.
All right. Please call next item.
Next on the agenda is item 12, file number 16093, review and possible amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force bylaw and complaint procedures.
All right, where did we leave off last time?
There was the one issue, Member Baranensky's wrote a recommendation. We talked about it, but we never officially adopted her version. Or
This is for which policy?
This is
minimum requirements for filing a complaint.
Oh, okay.
Page 2 of our packet. Right. So we have to vote on that draft, is that what you're saying?
it's
Would
to,
be
yes,
useful.
to use that as a model for our
Okay. And then
to be inserted into the complaint procedures.
And then after that, where are we in the complaint procedures? I think that was Chair Wolf's question.
Everything on the list is still open for discussion. The items that you have made decisions on have been removed.
I see.
We were jumping around at the last meeting to take the most important or the easiest items. We did previously talk about the absence policy. However, that was a controversial issue.
That's where we left it, I think, wasn't
Yeah.
it?
All right, so let's take up this one around filing a complaint. I think we can get through that pretty quickly. I have, I think, a good addition to this based upon our experience today, and just want to apologize for my admonishment earlier, because I think a lot of this could be solved in this particular way. If during a complaint process by any committee, if the respondent does not appear, and it is clear that there's some issues around collecting documents and information, and they aren't there to provide it, so that it makes it difficult for the committee to come up with a recommendation or to actually figure out what the case is all about. The committee will file an immediate disclosure request to the respondent, requesting the documents for the complaint, so that the case can be, can be filled. The information will be available for the Sunshine, or this meeting will be available for this meeting. Because if we have a situation where, as we, in the previous case we heard tonight, where they don't show up for the complaint process, and they just show up for the main meeting and then start providing information, then that makes it, then we have to fully go through this whole fishing expedition type of thing. And so I think it would serve us better that we use the process that we're trying to exercise to our own advantage. Yes.
I just got a call from building management. They will be running a test on the fire alarms. We can stay.
Okay, thank you. So again, my suggestion is that if during a complaint process, and this goes for everybody, because everybody should be sitting on a committee that takes a complaint, that if you find that there's not enough information and the respondent is not there, then order an IDR from the task force. And just go ahead and do that, and let me or Victor know.
Through the chair, I was reading the notes of the last complaint committee, November 22nd, for a lot of the cases we heard here tonight, and it was very good, the level of notes and details, where at the end they say, we request from Mr. Abu precisely items 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's exactly what appeared on the complaint that we heard tonight. So that was good. I think we should continue doing that, and in the absence of complainant, it could be IDR 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right.
And then that gets packaged off. Everyone can read that and see how it took shape to appear before us.
Right.
Because that really helps move things along and get everyone focusing on the right points.
Mm-hmm. Member Eldon?
Do we have the resources?
Microphone, please.
Do we have the resources to manage? I mean, I don't know. Maybe this won't be that much extra work, but filing our own IDRs and managing that process, are we situated to do that? let's say
It's unknown.
Okay.
However, I believe it's something we should attempt to do.
Okay.
However, I suggest putting a deadline that if they don't provide a response to the IDR within so many days, we need to take some type of action instead of letting it sit around.
Right. So the only extension they can provide if it's voluminous is 10 days, which I have a question about, actually, to DCA COLA. With regard, and this is a little bit of a sidebar, in 6725, with regards to the 10-day turnaround, let me find it again. 6725. It says, notwithstanding the 10-day period for response to request a response to a request permitted in Government Code Section 6256 and in this article, a written request for information describing a category shall be satisfied. Okay, so there is no 6256 in the Government Code anymore. Microphone, please.
Incorporated in 6253.
Okay, so Victor, can we make a note to the Board of Supervisors that we need to have a notation?
May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention? We'll be conducting testing of the licensee fire alarm system from now until 4 a.m. We'll be going testing of the licensee fire alarm system.
No.
Now,
We need to tell them it's awful audio. Okay, that was a moment for a fire alarm test. So if it's been consolidated into 6253, then the code should be updated because it doesn't reflect that.
What was the code number that needs to be updated?
Well, it's 6725. The very first line, it references Government Code Section 6256, and legal counsel reports that it's been consolidated into 6253. So a notation, a footnote with a notation should be made. That should be corrected. Okay? And we'll put that in a letter to the Board of Supervisors.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So back to this point. So, does it still maintain 10 days? Yes, it does. Each agency, upon request of copy records, shall, within 10 days of receipt of request, determine whether the request or all seeks copies disclosable, blah, blah, blah. Okay. All right. So at least they have at least 10 days to respond to an IDR, unless it's and if it's voluminous, then it could be provided on a rolling basis. That's the way the IDR process works. So as far as the deadline, 5 days before the SOTF meeting.
And I assume this. My thought was that this would apply both to city departments, and if we have requests for information of the complainant, how do we handle that?
Say that again.
What if I assume this is regarding missing information or questions from the
If the respondent doesn't show to the complaint process.
Oh, the respondent doesn't show. Okay.
The respondent doesn't show to the complaint process, and there is information that is needed, like, for instance, the emails that we just dealt with the Arts Commission.
Yes, I have no issues with that. Thank you.
Okay.
However, what if there are questions for the complainant or requests to the complainant or clarifications needed?
Well, we can't apply the Sunshine Ordinance to the public per se, but I think that's incumbent upon the complainant, if they really want to make sure their complaint gets heard properly, that they provide what they can. Otherwise, the case moves on without it. And then if they don't like the outcome, we have a reconsideration process if they provide additional information.
Yes.
Okay, so I think we go in that direction.
And how would we handle a Sophia Deanda issue where I thought we were working towards that? How do we resolve an issue like that where we're pretty sure that they will not appear and...
Well, wait a minute, one thing at a time.
Okay.
This is filing a complaint. So let's
file.
just... Yeah,
Sorry.
We're on filing a complaint. Okay. All right, so what do you think about that, folks? Respondent doesn't show to the complaint process. The committee determines that it needs additional information. Instead of just asking the administrator to request it, there's no guarantee it comes, to instead issue an IDR. Member Eldon says we should be able to do it independently, an independent member. Somebody can take it upon themselves in the committee to do it, or you can have the whole committee do it all, and have the chair make it a task of the chair to do it. So that comes from the committee itself, something like that. Member Moss and then Vice Chair Helen.
It feels a little strange. Just throwing a thought out here. This is not opposing it. This is just kind of pen testing it, so to speak.
Dialogue.
Does it create an issue if we are suddenly a similar party to the complainant? If a complainant puts in an IDR request for a certain number of documents, and then the Sunshine Task Force ends up putting in an IDR for substantially similar documents, and then when it comes before a hearing before this, we actually also have an issue, a public records. I mean, does that not create like some sort of conflict in that regard?
No, I see it as part and parcel. It becomes part and parcel to the whole case. It's kind of like a subpoena for records.
I was trying to come up with like a comparison, and it's like I was thinking, if I'm a judge and I've got a personal injury case where a guy fell off a roof, and so in order to get information from the housing company, I go and walk off the roof myself, and then we're both suing
Here's another way to solve it. The Board of Supervisors has, let me ask the question, maybe I'm speaking too presumptuously. DCA Cola, does the Board of Supervisors have subpoena power?
By a resolution or by ordinance?
Okay.
They do. As far as I know, they've only used it like twice in the last 20 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So use the power of the subpoena if you think it's really needed. If you're uncomfortable with doing an IDR and making a part of it, make it an official process and have the Board of Supervisors immediately request by subpoena the information from the department.
That seems awfully intensive too. I just wanted to raise it so that so that if this happens and then we get somebody in front of us and they're like, nope, I think this should be heard by the Ethics Commission because our department hasn't responded to the Sunshine's IDR either, and so now we're doubly in violation.
Okay, member.
I think Eldon was first, but
Yeah, Vice Chair Hyland and Member Wolf and Member Kanata. Member Wolf.
A couple things. I'm not sure that an IDR is the appropriate form of request on many of these cases. Oftentimes we're asking for things that aren't necessarily quick turnarounds. And secondly, with few exceptions, a standard records request would still meet the needs of our schedule, because we're not actually like getting an instant IDR and dealing with it at the meeting. We're talking about dealing with that at the next meeting coming up. Secondly, the second point, so that's just the IDR versus a standard records request. Secondly, I think that it really would be ideal if there was someone who's not actually a voting member of this body that was instituting the records request, whether it was through the administrator or through one of those non-voting members that don't actually exist but are supposed to be there. Because I think there is a legitimate argument that you've now made yourself part of the case, even though you're doing it in this weird sort of way, and it just feels like a more robust approach if it's the Sunshine Task Force making that records request and not, some random task force member.
Member Kanata.
Yeah, I was just going to continue the conversation Member Moss started. I would see us not asking for the same information that the complainant asked for. I would see us, like in the case, one of the cases we had with the Arts Commission, asking for the documentation that the respondent supposedly sent, but was not in a package, right? So Ms. Trabeau said that she didn't, the PDF attachments weren't what she asked for when the respondent said they were, but the respondent had no documentation to that. So I see asking for that type of information.
Ask for whatever you want. I mean, that's not for. I'm not trying to suggest that it be. I'm not trying to prescribe what you asked for. Just saying, if the committee determines that it needs information in order to make the case, and the respondent is not at the committee, there has to be a process to get them to move it along.
Is it in our realm of authorities to require the respondent to be at the committee?
Well, that's why I asked if we don't have subpoena power. Like, we can't put somebody under oath here, okay? We're not that kind of, we're not court. But the Board of Supervisors has the ability to demand disclosure but it can only be done by ordinance. They would have to take action on it. So I would.
I think he's asking if we can require the respondent to be at the complaint committee.
Yeah.
Require the respondent
right,
to be.
We say they don't have to. They don't have to appear, but can we say they have to appear?
Okay. All right. So is that the solution then? So you make them. So now it's going. I was trying to avoid to have to go back to the old process where there was a requirement for them to show up twice. But the question becomes, it's hard to tell beforehand whether documents are needed are needed to be required or not at that point.
And if one of the points of all the committees hearing complaints is that when the complaint gets here, we have all the facts.
That's right. Okay.
It will go much quicker here.
So
But theoretically, we'll go quicker here.
A suggestion was we can continue with the same process, and if we feel that we don't have enough information, we can schedule another hearing and require that the respondent show up at the second hearing.
Okay, so continue the item at the committee level.
Just keep it at the committee level and just ask them to show up. Require that they appear at the next meeting.
So how about if they don't show up at the second one?
And then we can go to the...
Then what? What does that mean?
Chop off their head.
We send them to the Ethics Commission.
Then I'd say the item is dead. I mean, if they're not showing up after a second.
Well, you can't say the complaint is dead. You
The
find
respondents
violations.
aren't showing up. That was the.
We're talking about the
Oh, you
respondents.
switched to response. Okay, I thought it was talking
I think that it will be very situational in how the committee decides to deal with various complaints. If they believe they don't have enough information to send it forward, they probably should continue to another meeting with questions and request that they appear and explain.
Okay. Can I just?
How long is this going to go on?
It's going to go on until 4 in the morning, so we may want to.
Go till 4?
Let me just stop before DCA Cola goes. I just have a quick question for him, and it's part of my chair's report. So I want to, if it's okay, I want to take that. Can we take that out of order for a second? Is any objection to taking an item out of my chair's report?
I can't hear you. Sorry.
Is there any objection to me taking an item out of my chair's report to discuss with DCA Cola for a moment because it pertains to all of us?
So moved. No objection.
Okay, no objection. Okay, great. This section of the did you happen to read or check out that section of code that I was referring to? Section 67.3B4C1. It's regarding the attendance of majority of members of a policy body in an open notice meeting, that they can only be observers. that was not in the notation in the code itself was that it was omitted, like accidentally. And I've never seen that before. It says the drafters of Proposition G in 1999 inadvertently omitted this section from the text of the ordinance submitted to the voters.
Wait, how'd that?
I know, it just, I looked through the old ballot pamphlet booklet. It was not there. And it was not in there's a listing of the original ordinance that the code starts out with. It was not there. So I don't know where this comes from. And it says editor's note. I don't know who the editor is. I don't know what that means.
Time to call up Bruce Brugman. See,
Yeah, right.
see what he says.
And I know.
Liturgy of Administrative Code.
If you can look into that.
Sure.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah.
Where did you discover this in the first place?
I discovered this because actually it was a question that came up from Member Fisher when I showed up at a committee meeting and I wanted to speak, and she was concerned that because I wasn't on the committee that I couldn't actually participate in the committee. And so I'd never heard of that before, and then somehow I decided, all right, I'm going to see maybe there's something in the ordinance about that, and then I see this. It doesn't apply to an individual. It applies if there's a majority of the members there. But still, when I saw that, it was like, oh, wait a minute. I've never seen that before. It doesn't exist. So
I mean, I think it's speaking to the fact that you could have a majority of members as audience members without notifying it as a public meeting. I think that's
right, that they can only be observers. The problem I have is not with what it says, but that it didn't exist in Prop G. I can't find it anywhere. So that's what I want DCA Cola to look at. I wanted to catch him before he went. I wanted you to all know about that. Okay, so I know this is very annoying, and I think we should adjourn. As far as just closing this item around the complaint process, IDR, no IDR, or are we satisfied to continue the item? What happens if they don't show up for the second meeting?
Yeah.
Immediately find a violation?
I don't think that we're able to think critically about this with that beeping going on in our head.
Yeah.
I hear you guys.
Yeah. All right.
So,
All right. Should we motion to continue?
yeah, second.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Can we take that?
Motion to continue. Okay.
Motion continue. Can we take that by acclamation without objection? Okay. Okay. So I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
And to continue the remainder of the items to the next meeting.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Who's going to move it?
Second.
And before we adjourn,
Yeah.
we need somebody for the Monday's
Yes.
compliance and amendments committee meeting.
4
We only
o'clock.
have 2 people right now.
Somebody want to volunteer?
Monday at 4.
I can do it.
Thank you, Member Henson.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay. Entertain yes, Member Moss.
Sorry, just one thing that I will not be able to attend next month's task force meeting.
Very good.
So.
Okay. Thank you for the warning.
Surgery. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Okay.
Good luck.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Wolf. Second by Highland. Shall we all get up and leave, and the meeting goes by rising vote?
Rising vote. I like that. I never heard. I like that. I never heard.